Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're doing well where you are around the world. It feels like afternoon, actually it's kind of into evening, I suppose. But in any case, it is time for us to have a look at, well, once again, the home brewery, when we have the development of the D&D Warframe project. Welcome on in, everybody. I hope you are doing well where you are around the world today. And if you're not, well, I hope you can find some enjoyment in this stream at the very least. Welcome on in. Hello there, Raven King. And yeah, for anyone who is part of Duck Squad or Wolf Squad, you don't need to worry about this being spoilers or cheating or meta or anything like that. Let's face it, you already have the meta game of knowing that Warframes are Warframes, and you know what Warframes are capable of. That ship has sailed, so when it comes to Dante, which is what we'll be covering today, you also have an idea as to what Dante can do. It's not exactly like he is some secretive, not yet revealed Warframe. He's a wizard. You know this. But anyway, I thought about that aspect of it. Yeah. The real detail, brother, comes in not knowing what he can do, but how you can survive against it. And again, that comes down to you mostly having an idea as to what exists, but you'll be fine.
Oh look, 29 months have peaked. What do I get on my anniversary day? Surely it can't be a timeout on the Discord. No, not at all. I kid, I knew what I was getting myself into.
Yeah, Asprey, you knew what you're getting yourself into, especially considering that it's the second time you've made the exact same joke. And you didn't even follow through with the 100 gifted subs last time, so I mean, you know. What more can I do? What more can I do? Thank you very much for the 29 months, Sir Esprit. Hope you have yourself a wonderful Friday, and maybe even a good entry into the weekend, because tomorrow you and the rest of the playtesters are going to be having some fun, of course. Mizu says, okay, I'm guessing you really like the Lavos Augment. I've heard a lot of good things about it. I've been focused on Dante so far, rather than the Lavos Augment. I know everyone expects me to cover the Augment, but I'm going to cover the Augment anyway. Dante needs a little bit of priority, because it is through testing and thoroughly testing everything he does, that I could have all of the information I need to do this stream as effectively as possible. Ray asking for a hint for the next video. This stream. Dante. It's literally going to be Dante. So yes, now not only that, you'll recognise this renderer here. You recognise we got the Warframes, the introduction, and it goes on to Excalibur, blah 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 blah, and it all looks like this with these kinds of stat blocks. That is changing. That is indeed changing. So what it's switching over is to the new renderer, which came out during this development, if I recall correctly. And it's going to have the intro look a little bit more like this, including having variance and mastery to call out nice and clearly right at the start of the document what is going on with initiates, adepts, masters, primes, and their relative power scaling. So that is going to be right at the front of the document, as well as a little bit about balance versus lore-accurate Warframes. Let's face it, Atlas can't exactly punch the ground and blow up an entire celestial body. That would be ridiculous. At least in D&D it would be. And then the Warframe features, things about casting time, preparation begets success. And then this is a sample of Wisp Adept in two slightly different variants. Now if I just quickly switch over to the current setup, if I go Wisp Adept, this is how big the stat block is for Wisp Adept currently. This is how long and wordy it is, and it's not going to click off properly, there we are. This is how long and wordy it looks. That's frankly a little bit intimidating. As the stat block goes, it's just stuff, right? And these two are both that same stat block, but in a different presentation format. Firstly, it looks nicer, rather than having the flat, kind of beigey pink background. It has a textured background to it, and the whole layout is just a little more refined. As I'll say, to be fair, if setting lore, punching a moon to blow it up, isn't that wild? I mean, yeah, there's a lot of wild lore in Warframe, yeah. No D100s here, Ray. The bot only handles the D20. Because I quite literally, the command for the D20 behind the scenes is ugly as sin. Because I do not know enough about bot coding to make it do anything remotely sensible in that regard. It is not pulling up a random number generator between 1 and 20. Oh no. The only function I have access to that can replicate a die roll like that is to give the bot multiple different answers to the same command and let it pick randomly between those answers. Which means the bot says, username, rolled a, and then it picks from 20 different options of 1 through 20. Exclamation mark. That's the command. Now, with that in mind, you can see why I've not done a D100. Or any other die roll for that matter, because that's just a load of faff for not a load of good. The D20 will do. The D20 will do. So, chat, in terms of these two offerings here, this is where I want to put it into your hands for just a moment. Which one you would prefer, because it's going to be one of these two. On the left side here, we've got Wisp Adept, and it is mostly the same as the right-hand side. We've got things like the Bullet Jump is outlined, Auric and Resolve, which is what I'm calling their legendary resistances. But when it comes to the Void powers, that's where it differs. On the left-hand side, Void powers, the Wisp Adept has access to these following powers. 2 per short rest reservoirs at 4th level, 1 per short rest Will-O-Wisp 4th level. And that's all it says about them. It then goes on to her actions. On the right hand side, the Void powers doesn't list which ones are her Void powers. Instead, they are moved into her actions and bonus action section. Now, as it turns out, I chose Wisp Adept just because it was what I had in a previous document for demonstrating this. Both of those spells are bonus actions, so they're down in the bonus action section. So instead of at a glance seeing which spells she has, as it were, you can instead see at a glance what she can do on a turn-by-turn basis. What is her action or choices, and then what are her bonus action choices. So the next one, which would be Breach Surge on the Wisp Master, that would go into the action section. It still says how many per short rest, it still says Wisp Cast Reservoirs at 4th level, but it's separating it out from the features list into the actions and bonus actions, or if relevant, a reaction. Which does make it ever so slightly longer when it comes to the higher tier frames, because we're spending more lines putting that information there. But it is potentially easier to read in the moment, especially as Will-O-Wisp also mentions, cast at 4th level, concentrating on it. So that is called out right in the moment there. This is a concentration option. Below that, and this is what it looks like for Wisp Prime. Oh yeah, I forgot I even put that there, I'll be quite honest. For Wisp Adept, one version, the compact, and the other one, the action focused. And then this is action focused for Wisp Prime. So this shows you this is as long as it gets. It doesn't get longer than this, and it's still a lot shorter than that. Or for the Prime, this entire monstrosity doesn't fit on the page. So you can see why I'm switching it to this. And then the spells themselves are outlined as spells are in the player's handbook, including going down to, at high levels, what effect you get, if it has an effect at high levels. Can you also do it for Pathfinder 2nd Edition? Sir 40914, how familiar are you with what I'm talking about with this project? How familiar are you with my D&D Warframe project? Is this the first time you've heard of it? Second? Maybe third? The reason I ask, no idea you just joined, I figured as much. The reason I ask is because this project started in, if I recall correctly, November 2022. I have spent, it's hard to know exactly how much, but I've spent around about 300 hours on this project so far. 300 hours. That is including initial designs, that is including redevelopment of the in-development basic designs, that is including the comparison of all the preliminary designs to their rebalanced numbers within the sensibilities of each other. The playtesting has been ongoing between multiple different groups at multiple different levels to further reinforce the development and then take it on to beta version, and I'm still not done with it. It's a bit more than expected? Yeah. It's a lot more than less you expected at the same time? I mean, fair do. Because here's the thing, is that I've got 4 stat blocks minimum for every single Warframe in the entire game, with the exception of Dante, which is what we're fixing today. And those stat blocks are not small. They're not random. They are encompassing the entire detail that can be encompassed about the Warframe into a Dungeon Dragon setting, and it's not like I can just copy the wiki. You can't just go to the wiki page for Breach Surge and then paste it in as a spell. It doesn't work like that, because they're entirely different game mechanics. That would be like trying to take a sword from Minecraft and putting it into Warframe. Think of all the details you're missing. First of all, where will the sword drop from? Second of all, what materials is it made of to be constructed in the first place in the foundry? What mastery rank is it going to be? What are its stats going to be? We're going to have what attack damage? What split of damage types, because Warframe has those? What critical stats are going to have? What fire rate? What stance is it going to use? That's why these things take a hell of a lot of time. And there are, as I say, a minimum of 4 stat blocks per Warframe. We currently have 55 Warframes, so 55 times 4. This is the minimum value. There's actually more than this, but this is just on a quick minimum value to get you there. 220 stat blocks. I think it's actually close to like 235 because of additions here or there. 235 stat blocks plus. That's a lot. Like, that is a hell of a lot. So, will I be doing this in Pathfinder 2nd Edition? Probably not, no, because that is a lot of time to produce all this. A hell of a lot of time. So, what I do want to really come back to is this point about these two different options here. And I'm going to give this as a poll. Which do you prefer? Spells in a list only, or spells split into their action spells in action sections? Because Twitch does not give me enough room to put that all in. And I just realised I put a chevron instead of a question mark. Ah, whatever. It's just a quick poll. Which do you prefer? Do you prefer having the spells in the list format? So you don't see where they are as actions, you need to check them up to see what action they take. Or do you prefer them in the action section, combined with the rest of the actions that they can take? Which do you prefer? So, like, say, for the Prime, it looks like this. If I did it as a list, then underneath Void Powers, it would have 2 or 3 lines saying Reservoirs, Will-O-Wisp, Breach Surge, Soulgate, and what level they're cast at. And then, basically, this entire section, which is those same spells, wouldn't be there. Poll is blank? Poll is not blank, Ray. People are voting on said poll. That said, only 5 people are voting on said poll, but people are voting on it. As I'm saying, poll didn't show for you? Well, that's weird. Refresh the app. Twitch app is shite. Twitch app is shite. That's just how it be. I cannot put into words just how much that app annoys me. It's not like absolutely unusable, but it really is minimum viable product. Oh, apparently my cup's stuck to my coaster. I didn't notice. Oops. So yeah, looks like out of the 7 people who voted, the preference was leaning towards spells in the action sections, which I'll be honest as well is my preference. In running the Warframes, one thing I've noticed is one thing I've been doing in my online tabletop is putting the spells into the actions and bonus actions, even just references to them, so that I know which ones can be cast when. It looks cleaner. To be honest, to me, the list looks cleaner, but it's too clean. It loses the important details. I can't see at a glance there that Will-O-Wisp is a concentration spell, and that's really important if you've got other concentration spells going on, such as, for example, Soulgate. I can't see at a glance here that these are only bonus actions, so that I can still use these with it. I'd have to go, oh, can I cast Will-O-Wisp right now? So let me go to the Will-O-Wisp section, bonus action. Oh, it's a bonus action. Oh, cool. So I could cast that with the others then. That's great. Back into the list there. That's cool. So I can cast it with these. Oh, what about Reservoirs? Is Reservoirs a bonus? I'm bouncing. I'm bouncing for those details. Whereas here, Reservoirs. Yeah, there's a mount, it's a bonus action, cool. So we'll do a bonus action, we'll do an action, turn done. Easy. I'm glad of those 7 of you who decided to voice an opinion. That's the opinion you have. You agree on going for the right-hand side style. So with that in mind, let's start making Dante. And I've been thinking carefully about Dante as well for all of this. So let's create a page. Oh no, they vanished. Where did the wisp go? It's just a page down. There we go. That's just copying over the block so I can use that as a template in a moment. But first we need to introduce Dante. Which I think I do single hash for. Or is it double? Double. Double is what I've been doing, yeah. That looks better. Dante! The closest of all Warframes to an outright wizard. Dante is never seen without its signature spellbook. Evoker of light and dark. Conjurer of spectral companions. Both Abjurer and Annihilator. Dante is both adaptable and powerful. With spells that never come undone. Now, that last little detail is the one deviation I've had to plan to go away from Warframe itself. You see, with the Warframes in the D&D project, I'm trying to incorporate their passives where reasonable to do so. Some passives are absolutely terrible, mag, just to give an example, and so those passives get just kind of thrown to the side. Others get incorporated into how the Warframe acts rather than being a straight-up passive feature. Dante's passive is so Warframe, there is nothing I can do with it. Seriously, nothing. There are ideas I've brainstormed and possibilities relate to it, but those all suck, quite frankly. His passive is twofold. That one, he can scan enemies with Noctua, and 2, that he can get extra status chance against enemies which are fully scanned. That doesn't work for D&D. You don't scan players. Monsters don't scan players. That's not how it works. There is nothing like that. So, no. And then status chance, there aren't status effects that come from direct damage. They're entirely separate things. So those lot just don't connect together whatsoever in a D&D sense. Thaumaturge from Pathfinder 2? Well, there's Thaumaturgy in D&D 5e, but I don't know what you mean about that, sir. Scott asking, did I see the new Lavos augment? Yes, I did. It's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? Is it for turns does increase damage? See, sir, it's an option, but that's not the option I want to go down, because that leans directly into just more damage, and more damage is boring. For a passive feature, I don't want to give them just damage, unless it is so thematic for them. Like, Ash has the ability to just deal more damage with all daggers, because he is a dagger shiv focused guy. But normally, no. But here's the thing. I've thoroughly tested Dante. Not just a little bit. I haven't done just, oh, here are his abilities. Yep. Bam, bam, slashes and circles and overguard. Cool, that's the Warframe. Oh, I've been testing. And it's something interesting I've noticed. Something unusual I have noticed about Dante is that he doesn't get nullified. Oh sure, he can have his abilities blocked from being castable. If you have Violence Acolyte with Silence active, you can't cast his abilities, which is basically a counterspell. But all of his abilities, all of his functions, with the sole exception of holding his book, are cast and done buffs. If you cast his Overguard and then step through the portal in Elite Sanctuary Onslaught, you even keep the Overguard. It doesn't vanish. Pretty much everything that Dante has to offer is surprisingly resilient as a buff. They stick around. And so with that detail in mind, that he is unusually good at just making things stay, what he casts stays cast, there is the passive I'm giving him. All Dantes in the D&D project will have the special feature that their spells are immune to dispel magic. Very simple. Very, very simple. It can still be counterspelled. If you catch him in the moment, like with the Silence from Violence, you can stop him casting his spells. Otherwise, pop. Don't his Paragrams of Book Clone go away in a nullifier field? I'll be honest, I didn't check the Paragrams in the nullifier field, but I did go out of bounds and those buffs didn't vanish. Which is still close enough to what I'm angling at there. It's a timed buff rather than an active ability. I don't know if the Paragrams or Book Clone themselves, if they touch the nullify field, go away. I'll be honest on that. I did not check that much. But in any case, it's the best I can come to in terms of a passive for him, which matches his kind of functionality in Warframe. That those features do tend to stick around more than with other frames. Other frames, if you go out of bounds or you go through the portal, it's gone. So say I still think giving a bonus action to gain the weaknesses of targets to make him gain bonuses or something. Again, that's just he decides to deal more damage. I could just put the damage into his abilities rather than going, oh, he's done, yeah, now he does more damage. That doesn't feel like there's anything going on. From a player perspective, they go, oh, so he deals 6 damage to me instead of 3. Okay. So just say 6. The players don't see anything different there. The players don't see anything interesting. Even if there's counterplay or no counterplay, there's just nothing to it. Whereas this, Dispel Magic is a crucial element of dealing with various magical powers throughout Dungeons & Dragons. It's just a core aspect. So to have that block, that's a level of intrigue. That's it. What kind of wizard is he? What do you mean it just can't be dispelled? I mean, it can't. Some say for some reason I thought the tome mods on Word Warden worked if you weren't holding a tome. Guess not, unless you keep your normal grimoire. Yeah. I haven't tested the extent of that. I did notice that Word Warden itself won't trigger canticles, won't trigger invocations. It won't trigger invocations because it doesn't use the secondary fire, and it won't trigger canticles because I guess you just don't have the mod equipped and you need to have it equipped. You don't have the weapon. I didn't check if it would trigger if... excuse me. There we are. Sorry, I've had a lot of tea to drink. I got kind of carried away. I didn't check to see if it would trigger if you have your own tome out at the same time, be it the Grimoire or the Noctua. But yeah, in general, the clone of it is a damage and status clone. It's what I've noticed. I'm glad you agree, sir. It is down to me, yeah.
Huh?
Huh, indeed. Thank you very much, Bowser. Huh. Welcome to the channel once again there. Thanks for dropping your Prime and subscribing on at 8 months now. Bowser, cheers for that. Cheers indeed. Right then, so with the spec of Dante going down, let's look into this further. Eva Joy going, I wonder if Precision Intensify or Umbral Intensify comes out ahead in the Dark Tragedy combo. I would have guessed Precision, but that's a good question. That is a good question. One reason I would say precision is because of the polarity on it, and it's 11 drain, even without the polarity being matched, whereas Umbral Intensify goes all the way up to 16 and is an Umbral. So there's a trade-off there. I'd probably say precision, but in terms of which one gets the most power, ignoring the fitting difficulties, I'd have to double check on that. That is a curious question. Welcome, Miralabe. Right, so let's get cracking on these. So this is not going to be a Wisp Adept, this is going to be our Dante Initiate, the first of them all. Dante turned into a D&D monster. This man's power is terrifying to begin with. That's why I have in the document I'm putting together explanations to how the scaling basically works. Initiates, for example, these are warframes with exceptionally limited skills, training, and overall capabilities. These may have been rejects, tossed aside early in creation. They may have been mass-produced, cheap soldiers formed partially from a more elaborate mould. Or they may be damaged and decaying, losing access to a strange source of their powers. An Initiate warframe is a threat to a town or village, one which can challenge a group of even modestly trained people. However, all but the most inexperienced adventuring parties should be able to take an individual Initiate down without incurring losses. It is downscaled for Initiates massively, still a lot for Adepts, a modest amount for Masters, and then Primes are where they bring out pretty much their power. Because, as you say, it's already scary to begin with. So if we make them all full power, it just means only the highest level groups can play Warframes, and that's boring. Just like dragons in the monster manual, you can play against low level dragons. They're small, they're weak, they're not really that threatening, but they are dragons. Initiates are the wormlings of Warframes. That's the idea. So for the stats on Dante, what I'm going to be doing is I'm actually going to be using the same kind of stats I use for Nova, because Nova is also a very high intelligence warframe with low hit points and low armor class. And that is what I'd want Dante to be. Dante's going to get extra hit points and defense from his abilities, innately doesn't have a lot. So let's make those stats happen. I'm just going to clean out all of these other details because people are going to get confused when they see Wisp information in here. So let's just dump all of this out right now before people get really confused. No saving throws for a Initiate. Skills are to be figured out. Passive perception to be figured out. Challenge rating, we are starting at 4, which is an XP of 1,100 with a proficiency bonus of 2. Armor class for this I am going to have, where did it go? There it is. Armor class I'm going to have is 12. And this will be without armor. Hit points start at 63. I just checked my evaluator. 63 with the con mod of 11 will be 14d8 flat. There we go, and 30-foot movement speed, nothing special there. Strength is a 10 for a 0. Dexterity will be a 14 for a +2. Constitution 11 for a plus nothing. Intelligence +4. Wisdom will be a 12 for a +1. And Charisma a staggeringly low 5 for a -3. The reason being, Charisma is always a low stat of these warframes unless they are very charismatic focused, like for example Octavia. And the Initiates are so battered down and so corrupted that there's not much left of their soul and personality to impress upon others. They move out on that. Story saying I disagree massively. Dante is a bit charisma focused. They have made him charismatic in regards to some of his animations to try and sell him better, but nothing about his kit says charisma, Storm Raider. Nothing. He's got a spellbook. He throws bolts of slashing energy. He does a protective field. He does slashing damage. He creates paragrims. He creates a buck next to him. Even in his lore, he's friendly, but he went off to go study history. I suppose there was counterpoint to that, and fair counterpoint. There is also the fact that Lloyd said of all Warframes, that was one that he got along with more. Drusus was friends with him. So that is a point in favour of more charisma. I will concede on that consideration, actually. He is primarily a nerd, but the lore does have him in a more friendly stead than other Warframes. Not just use like Dagath was. Not an absolute moron like Kalervo. Not complete math nerd like Limbo. Kind of his char ramp up more through the stages. There is that, but reconsidering lore actually, because I'm just copying off the stats of Nova here, he's definitely not got the charisma of Nova. He's got more charisma than that. So I think what I'll actually do here is I'm going to take some of his dex away. We'll keep the armor class the same. I'll give him cloth armor. Take some of his dex away. No. Wisdom. Wisdom. He wasn't sensible. He's going to lose wisdom because he was clearly advised by Drusus, do not go investigating what has happened to Albrecht and Lloyd. We know about the shenanigans going on there. It's not great. Dante just straight up ignored that and wandered into the labs and got obliterated some way, somehow down there. So he wasn't wise. So yeah, for that reason, his wisdom is going to be flattened, and that gives me pause to bring his charisma up. I'm not going to bring it up hugely, but I'm going to make it a 7 rather than the 5, which is, for Initiate Warframes, actually pretty substantial. Most Initiates are 5s or 6s. So 7 is the starting point there, and then his future ones, they will scale up as well. Yes, this means his charisma is still lower than his wisdom, for now. That is intended as part of the general Warframe design, because in general, he's still not... he's still an issue of Warframe, is the idea there. In terms of skills, I actually wrote this down on one of these sheets of paper. Never mind, I must have thrown that piece of paper out. Whoops, that was dumb of me. He's definitely going to have Arcana History as his first 2 skills, because this is literally a wizard who studies history. If there was ever a Warframe that I knew exactly the skills that I were going to get day 1, it is this Warframe right here. So, Arcana, which is going to be a +6, and History, also a +6. His passive perception, therefore, is a 10. He's got languages Common and Orokin. His challenge rating 4 once I finish making him. His bullet jump is going to be a 6-foot vertical or 20-foot horizontal on Initiate tier. And then we can look into the other features. So, next feature is... let's go with Unbound Power. That's the name I'm going to give it for now, referencing Dante Unbound, the update. And this is where we go. Dante's spells, once successful, are immune to being dispelled. I'm not going to call out Dispel Magic the spell, because that is in the 5e book. Instead, I'm just going to say they are immune to being dispelled once successful. It's a very simple passive, but it is a passive which gives a particular element of power to it. One that doesn't come up a lot, but when it comes up, it'll get the party to go, oh fuck. And this is the only teaser that Wolfsword are going to get that makes them go, ah shit, we're not supposed to know that, are we? It's fine, I'll let you off. You have a character in the group who has enough Arcana that it's been discussed. So, yeah. In terms of his spell save DC, this is going to be a 14 for the Initiate. Its void powers are listed in the actions below. So, let's sort out his actions. Dante is obviously going to have to wield or have access to his fist weapon, right? It came with him. Let me just check here. So yeah, signature weapon, Ruvox. And I haven't actually used this one myself yet, but let's see. I'm not going to make the Incarnate aspect of it. It'll just be higher level on the higher Warframes. But it is, yeah, it's straight up fist weapon with pure impact. That is nice and simple. But say, is it worthwhile stipulating it can still be prevented from casting in the first place, just to avoid any potential confusion? That's stipulated once successful. So Dante spells, once successful, are immune to being dispelled. Because the whole point of counterspell is that it makes it where the spell isn't successful. If I get the wording of it, just to make sure I'm right on that. Counterspell 5e. Wording of it. You attempt to interrupt a creature in the process of casting a spell. If it is casting a spell of 3rd level or lower, its spell fails and has no effect. Boom, there it is. Yeah. That's perfectly fine. Storm Readers. I think the Book Birds are a good spell for the Initiate and maybe treat book attacks as a cantrip. Storm Raider, I appreciate the suggestion. I'm going to ask you to kind of take a step back. Because to put this very bluntly, I'm the one designing the frames. I'll bounce things off, that's absolutely fine. But if you try to jump ahead and preempt what I'm making, you're going to come up with your own ideas, which aren't going to match the entire design I've spent 300 hours on. So, I mean it as kindly as I can, but also firmly. Let me design them. In terms of the steps, I've already got a process through all the Warframes. This is not changing. Where the Initiate has access to the first ability. The Adept has access to the first and second. The Master has access to the first, second, and third. And then the Prime has access to the first, second, third, and fourth ability. That be how it do. The Book Birds are only going to be a Prime thing. But I have plans for that. I know that DE's Warframe version is very focused on using his fourth ability, more so than pretty much any other Warframe actually. And I've got plans to make sure I can account for that. That's fine, Umbrella. It was worth double checking, but thankfully my memory served well here. So let's give him the action first with the Ruvox. Ruvox. I deleted all the details, yeah. We go in with just simple italics, isn't it? Yeah. Ruvox, melee weapon attack. So this will be a... Now, do we make it where he can use them with Dex? I'm going to say no. Honestly, I'm going to say no. The Ruvox is his ultimate backup. He should be focusing on spells. And he is going to be focusing on spells, so the Ruvox is really just a backup. I am going to say Ruvox Gauntlets. For anyone briefly reading it, so they have a better idea as to what the hell a Ruvox is. As I'll say, except maybe Titania, just because how easy it is to forget Razorwing isn't just how she is. And actually, for that same reason, Zom, all Titanias in my design have a fly speed. The ones below Prime have a slow fly speed. It is slower than their normal movement speed, but allows them to fly. The Prime get access to Razorwing, and then just fucking guns it. So that is a trade-off there, and that was something that was highlighted in the playtesting. That was Duck Squad, who encountered a Titania, and yeah, without flight, it doesn't feel like Titania at all, so that's been fixed. Ruvox Gauntlets, +2 to hit. That doesn't, yeah, +2 to hit, and then it's the reach, targeting, and then hit information. Okay, so reach, 5 foot, 1 target, and then it is hit. Gauntlets, yeah, I think a D6 will do fine. Yeah. Actually, no, they're heavy gauntlets, aren't they? They're pretty beefy, impactful things. Heck it, let's give it D8. Because he's got a low attack bonus, let's give it a D8. So it'll be 4, 1d8, bludgeoning damage. And that's just the basic weapon. Ah, see? Storm Raider. You gotta give me more credit than that. You have got to give me more credit than that. I've thought this through more than just, I'm going to stick to the plan and then do nothing with it and make a mistake. Because that's how I, make a good document. I'm not going to do that. So we have the Revox Gauntlets, but that is just a basic weapon attack. No one really cares about that one. More important, we're going to give him one of his cantrips. Plural. Let's separate those out a little bit. It's looking amazing so far. This is looking nothing so far, mate. I mean, I appreciate it, but just that is nothing. Let's see. Yeah, so this is going to be Cutting Word. And you'll see why it is called Cutting Word in the further development of all of these. But Dante expels a copy of one of its spellbook's pages as a slashing projectile. Creature it can see within. Let's go just nice and simple, 60 feet. So a creature it can see within 60 feet must make a dexterity saving throw, DC 16. On a failed save, the creature takes 2d10. We'll see how it goes on that. So creature takes 11 brackets 2d10 slashing damage. That is our basic cantrip, Cutting Word. Now for the more cantripy style stuff, I really, and I do mean really, considered putting cantrip style spells as actual spells alongside the leveled spells. It doesn't work. For the way that I've designed the Warframes, they don't have spellcaster levels. If I create them as cantrips, the way cantrips are set up is that at X level it becomes this power. It doesn't work. I would need to completely change what Warframes are to make it fit that paradigm. So instead, for the cantrip type spells, they are microsection action spells like this one. So it's still a spell. It functions like a spell. It has targeting, duration, nature, saving throw, all of that lot. But it's not quite a spell. But it's still a spell. But it's not quite a spell. But not quite. Warframe D&D, you're in trouble here? Nah, you're fine. Nothing's coming to attack you. You can sit back, relax, and learn plenty about how this is going. So that gives us our two basic actions. So now what we want underneath, because all the spell actions will go underneath basic actions. Should I have a label for that to clarify that it is a spell? That is a point. Because I've done spell attacks, spells, melee attacks, spell range attacks, but this doesn't specify it's a spell. Got it. Brackets cantrip. That should be in the bold, actually. Now I think about it, that should be in the bold. There. Cantrip. Now it's a spell. There we are, that cuts it. You're very right. I did need to clarify that. That I did, for some reason, overlook. But now we have Noctua. Dante casts Noctua, that is in italics, as a something level spell. The level to be decided in terms of actually how he functions. And then bonus actions, if he has any, will be decided as well. I will get around to that. Actually, I don't think Dante Initiative is going to have any bonus actions. That will come up later. Now with this setup, this means I now need a different page to actually create the spell area. And for that, I'm going to copy Soulgate, because that makes it for a nice template for a spell. And just pop that straight into here. But of course, Dante's not going to have access to Soulgate. That is a Wisp thing. So this is going to be Noctua. So I'm making the casting of just a cantrip attack of Cutting Word literally just a Cutting Word cantrip. Noctua itself is going to be the spell, much like I've done with the other Warframes. F level Void, and this is going to be an evocation. So this is going to be the alternate fire of Noctua. Range self, not a 300 foot by 15 foot line. That goes out. It goes out pretty fast. So I'm going to make it a 90 foot by 5 foot line. I think 60 foot. 60 foot by 5 foot line. So this is the Warframe itself or the Tenno? Warframes. The Tenno don't exist in this. Because I'm making the Warframes as monsters, they're going to be things that players are attacking, that players are defeating and looting. Now, it's all fine and dandy to have whatever kind of vibes and themes you want in a group. Some groups burn down orphanages, some groups try to be actively evil. But I'm creating these as monsters to be able to fit into any campaign, not just ridiculous evil ones. And I feel like a lot of people, certainly those not familiar with Warframe itself, would be rather pissed off if their DM goes, "Hey, congratulations on killing this Warframe. By the way, you just murdered a child soldier." That doesn't sit right. It's one thing when we're playing the abused child soldier. It's another to make that the player's opponent. So, we don't have Tenno in this. The Warframes are all umbral, for lack of better words. They are all, they all have self-agency. I hope that makes sense. Alright, components, V, S, and no M because magical spellbook, he always has access to it. So it's just VS, actually, V? Yeah, V as well. That needs it for balance. And this is an instant spell. Do Tenno even die? That's beside the point. That is beside the point. So Warframes before the war and the Zariman? Sure. Yeah. This is based on Warframe. Try not to carry the baggage of Warframe's own story. As much as I've got the idea of, you know, their shared language is Orokin, they were made by an ancient empire, etc., etc. They are called Warframes. The Zariman, hey, if someone wants to have a cruise ship called the Zariman that sank in historical legend, sure, go for it. The said cruise ship happens to have Warframes aboard when discovered, sure. If you want to include child soldiers in your own game, that's on you, not me. I'm making Warframes. Not kids to stab. That's what a Warframe might do. Duck Squad and Wolf Squad can confirm that last bit. So Noctua, Dante unleashes an overload of power from its spellbook. Hello, Potato. How you doing? So Dante unleashes an overload of power from its spellbook. A wave of... now, if I recall, it uses impact and radiation, right? So yeah. So a wave of hard light slams forwards in a line 60 feet long and 5 feet wide, originating from Dante. Creatures in the line, non-friendly creatures in the line must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, each creature takes some amount. Let's use Each creature takes some amount of bludgeoning damage, and again some amount of radiant damage. On a successful save, a creature takes half damage. For each, let's put this on a new paragraph. For each creature Dante hurts with this spell, it gains add time. I'll give you a moment, you'll be back in just a sec. 3, 2, 1. Unless something is wrong with your computer, you should be back now. The Hero Dragon MK, are you back now? So Warframes before the 10 came to calm the wild raging monster. Kinda, yeah, Miralabe, kinda. They are evil, feral, self-interested things, but they're also intelligent. They know what they're doing. Yeah, Hero Dragon should be back now, right? Miralabe, you got in the way of what I was going to say. Damn it, thank you. I was going to say, Hero Dragon Mark, you know how you can get away from ads in future? By hitting that subscribe button, but now you don't have to because Miralabe has done it for you. Miralabe, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. And I'm sure Hero Dragon does too. Thank you on that. You're up onto 29 this month now, Miralabe. You've gifted as many subs in this channel this month as there has been days, and I don't even stream every day. So thank you. Miralabe's everyone from ads? I mean, certainly 29 people from ads, absolutely. This is more than Esprit and Evian combined this month. Anyway, for each creature Dante hurts with this spell, it gains... Now, I was going to say damage, and I'm thinking I'm still going to stick with that, so... yeah, it deals an additional 1 damage with its spells until the end of its next turn. With its damaging spells till the end of its next turn. So, the reason behind that is that with the Noctua, you can put on tome mods, you can put on the invocations, you can put on the canticles. The invocations are caused by the alternate fire, which is what I'm creating as this Noctua spell. It's the alternate fire. Chuck say, hello, I thought you weren't doing Dante for this project. Yeah, I changed the deal. Pray I don't change it further. It came out, and I'm in the process of switching over to the near final details, so I figured why not? Also, it does mean I will be running Dante at some point against either Wolf Squad or Duck Squad. They will find out about that in due time. But I need to create him for that to happen. So yeah, as I say, with the Noctua thing, we've got 4 invocations. We've got Zata for producing energy, and then the other 3 I don't remember the names of. It's like, one of them is Netra, one of them's not Jahu. I forget which ones are which. Point is, we have an energy one, and then strength, duration, efficiency. Energy doesn't really fit into this because they have dedicated spell slots. It's very much Vancian casting. So, is it Vancian or Vankian? I never remember. I think it's Vancian. Point is, it doesn't fit an energy process. I will be putting at the end of the document a variant for people who want to use spell points for Warframes, but I don't recommend it, generally. When it comes to duration, a lot of his stuff isn't going to have duration. We don't really manipulate duration in D&D the same way we do in Warframe, so that doesn't make sense. Efficiency ties into the same reasons as energy generation. Doesn't really make sense. Which leaves us one singular aspect. We have just strength left. So that's where this is coming in. For each creature Dante hurts with the spell, it deals an additional 1 damage with its damaging spells until the end of its next turn. And I think that captures the design well enough. I might make Noctua a bonus action now I think about it. to stack with the cantrips harder. I could do that. I just give him more freedom of action to do as well. So let's say there's an argument to be made that the extended meta magic will be the range, but it's pretty niche. That's the thing, Sil. There is no range invocation. So if I went for extended meta magic, not only would I be giving a wizard a sorcerer ability, which is just insulting to us both, you and I have talked about that at length, but also giving him something he doesn't have in Warframe. Oh, for duration? Yeah, but it's not going to be relevant. That's the unfortunate problem. It's not going to be relevant. Let me get the exact wording on that. For those folks at home that don't know what the hell an extended meta magic is. Meta magic 5e. Sorcerer Wikidot. Here we go. Extended spell. When you cast a spell there's a duration of 1 minute or longer, you can spend 1 sorcery point to double its duration. Honestly, as far as abilities go, that one is actually one of the weakest meta magics I've ever read. It's terrible. Hey, look at that, we doubled the length of the spell. I mean, that's great and all, but that almost never comes up. Things exist in orders of magnitude. Something that lasts for a minute is going to last for basically an entire encounter. So if you double that, it's still lasting for an entire encounter. Doesn't really help a lot. Sure, there are places it can work, but if you have to fight to make something work, it ain't good compared to the stuff that works because it works. Slash say it's great until the target succeeds on its saving throw after 1 turn. Oh yeah, that's definitely not to be used on things they can save out of as well. Yeah. Yeah, still say his niche uses like Mage Arm to cover the entire day, or spells that specify long periods, but agreed it kind of sucks. And that's the thing, is that you've pointed out a place it could work, and you're wrong. I'm sorry to say it, you're still actually wrong, which is kind of wild. I'm not saying you're wrong, you do stuff like that, I want to be clear, no. Just the very point you've given as to where it should work, it doesn't work. Let me just grab the spell, so it is Mage Armor. Mage Armor has a duration, just to confirm I'm right on this, yep, 8 hours. 8 hours. Now you might argue, but Ken, you're only awake for 16 hours and you're asleep for the other 8, so it does cover the whole day. It's still missing a gap of 8 hours. You're not armoured for those remaining 8 hours, even with spending not only a sorcery point, but also picking up this entire meta magic option. To have invested that much and there is still a gap of 8 hours is beyond niche as far as I'm concerned. Because the adventuring day will usually be over in 8 hours. 8 hours of work, 8 hours of rest, 8 hours of personal time. That's your day. At least that's how they pitched it in the unions back in the day. Anyway, so with Noctra itself, I am going to turn this over to a bonus action. I want Dante to have more options, so moving this spell to a bonus action, he can still then cast a cantrip as an action. We have cantrip available to him. I think that works together. And it really encourages him to get these lineups. Let's go with that. So Dante unleashes overload of blah 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 blah. I'm going to give him 2 casts of this because any Warframe that only has a single cast of a one and done spell sucks. So 2 per short rest. And now I need to be thinking in terms of the output this guy is supposed to have. For a challenge rating 4, I know off the top of my head he is supposed to have a average. If he was on dead average stats, he would have an average damage per round of 25. He would have an average hit points of 75. And he would have an average armor class of, I believe it is 14. His armor class is not 14, it is only 12. His hit points are not 75. They're down by 12, which is, what's that, like 15 or so percent? Yeah, 16%. Oh, so close. Down by 16%. So in terms of defenses, he's down. which means we can give him a little bit more offense. I can bring his damage up a bit and it'll be fine. Not too much, but I can probably bring him up to 30 DPR and he'll be balanced. 35 will be too much. But 30 DPR at the max would be balanced. And if I was going to aim anywhere around 30, I'd aim slightly under. The reason I won't go full 35 is his hit points are only down by about 14-ish%. Yeah, it was just 14% I said, right? 16? About that. And then armor class, he is a little bit easier to hit. When you multiply that all together, it's only a little bit out. Whereas if we go from 25 to 35 damage, we've increased it by 40%. That scaling doesn't quite add up. So he'll be putting out too much damage. The other thread there is that if he does 35 damage per round at challenge rating 4, then against level 4 players, he's actually quite the threat. Let's see, how many hit points would a fighter have? A fighter would have 10 at level 1, plus their con mod. They gain 6 per level 3 times, that's 18. And then say they have a con mod of 3, that would give them another 12 hit points. So at level 4, they would have 40 hit points on a fighter. With a plus 3 con mod, no less. If they had a plus 2, they would only have themselves 36 hit points. If he does average 35 damage a round, just 1 point above average, he would one-shot a plus 2 con mod fighter at level 4. That's heavy. That's swing and smash. You put him against a fellow wizard, the wizard just flops over dead. Too much. So again, that's where there needs to be some constraints on the total output. If I'm only bringing his hit points and armor class down a bit, his damage output only goes up a little bit. And this has come from just the experience of designing, testing, and play testing it so far to this point. For Lucas, hey, can the Jania not... No. Anyway, can I ask you a Warframe question? How can I drop the whole Shadow Wizard money gang in 1 hour but not get a single Varuna drop in a month? Oh, that's simple. DE made Varuna's farm ridiculous. Yeah. Don't wizards die of 1d4 walking damage? No. You're thinking exhaustion. And they're very bad at dealing with that too. Nah, wizards aren't as squishy as people make them out to be. But they are squishy. Just not as squishy as people make them out to be. Not at 5th edition. I suppose it's probably a holdover from 3.5 and earlier. The older editions, yeah, wizards died to cats. Not big cats, not lions and saber-toothed tigers and whatnot. Though my little thing right next to me that is sat under the radiator that's not on. I think she just wants to be here. Yeah, wizards died to those. But in 5th edition, they have a minimum of 6 hit points plus their con mod at 1st level. And it just goes up from there. And yeah, Zom's pointing out they also have a bunch of protective spells too. Absolutely. So, wizards are fine. They just need to not run into the middle of the fights and get slapped in the face by a Caliban. Multiple times. Queenie. Anyway, right then, so with this in mind, I'm going to have 2 casts of Noctua. Noctua is going to be benefiting the damage of itself and the cantrips. We're going to have the cantrips being cast as well. Cantrip I've currently slated for 11 damage on cast. And I'm looking for at most 30 damage per round, so it's 90 damage total over the course of 3 turns. So, sounded oddly specific? It's because it is. One of the playtesters, Queenie, faced against a Caliban Warframe. Caliban who has his spinning ability with bladed arms. I made that ability strong. They thought they could go prone to duck under the arms. I never said they could duck under them. They didn't run this by me, they just went prone. As in, quite literally just offer their ass up to Caliban to hit them with advantage on melee attacks. They promptly got chopped up. It was not a good day for them. So, 90 total damage. Take out the 33 from 3 casts of Cutting Word Cantrip would leave 57. Assume that Noctua is going to be hitting... Yeah, we'll assume 2 enemies. to apply 2 extra damage to Cast of Cutting Word all the time. So I'll take out 6. And it will apply an extra 2 damage to a Cast of Noctua twice, which leaves me 47 damage budget on Noctua itself. Divide that by 2, 23.5. If I aim for 23, that should do the trick. So let me see then. If I did 5d8, let's see, what's that come out to? 48 is 2 out of 9, that's 18. 5d8, it's another 4 on top, that's 22. Yeah, it's 22.5. That's 1 point below what I was aiming for, that's perfect. 5d8. Ooh, but I've got it split. See, here's the thing now. 5d8 would work, but that means giving one of them more and one of them less. Okay, can I go about this a different way? What does 66 give me? 66 gives me 3 out of 7, 21. That's a little bit lower than I was aiming for. Go the other way. What about d10s? 2d10. Oh, do I want to give him all the d10s? And again, that's still 22. What about d12s? That'll be too much damage. Shit. I'm just going to have it split. 5d8 is perfect. I'm going to have it split. So let's give it less in the Radiant, more in the Bludgeoning. No, let's see what it is in Warframe. Actually, I'll copy that. Noctua. Weapon. It is a 40-60 split. What are the odds of that? Oh, that's perfect. Okay. 2d8 Bludgeoning, 3d8 Radiant. What are the chances of that? I love it. Alright. That was really, really fortunate. I'll take that. So it takes 9 brackets 2d8 bludgeoning damage, and that is 4 on top of that, 13. 13 brackets 3d8 radiant damage. That's perfect. That's quite literally the damage splits in Warframe itself. I didn't even mean to do that. Alright, this is definitely going to be a 3rd level spell by the feeling of it then. Because it is a bonus action cast for a 60-foot line of 5d8 damage. That feels 3rd level-y to me. I mean, let me check what is Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt's probably going to be obliterative now, but I'm going to check anyway. Book. Could you imagine if this document was in a book like this once done? Oh, that'd be great. No promises, but I'm just dreaming. Lightning Bolt. Here we go. 100-foot line. I misremembered. 8d6 lightning. Okay, so the trade-off between bonus action or action, it's 3d6 lower and 40 foot shorter. It's basically fireball along a line. Yeah. I think it's because it's a 100-foot line, it's a lot harder to get more than 2 creatures. Yeah. I mean, have we got other 3rd levels I can compare against? And for that matter, 2nd levels. Because here's the thing, Scorching Ray. That's a level 2 spell. You get 3 attacks of 2d6. So that's total 66 damage output if they all hit. Ignore crits for a moment. 66 would be average of 3 times 21. This is averaging 23.5. I think. Oh, no, sorry, 22.5. Plus it's adding extra damage to other attacks as well, which brings it higher. And that's the extra damage cannot be ignored. That's what brings it up here, actually. It's the extra damage on other stuff. Plus it's a bonus action. 3rd level. When you compare to a 2nd level spell, like Scorching Ray, this does more. Yeah. Make a GoFundMe to make it a book or a Kickstarter? I can't do that, no. Unfortunately. Because I'm working with Warframe's IP, I am extremely limited in what I can do beyond just show you it and give it out for free. A GoFundMe would be against the terms I'm basically working under. This is a fan project and has to respect the limits are placed on that. And because I've respected said limits, it leads to Reb calling it out at PAX. So, you know, fair trade. I do it right, they do right by me. I'm damn fine with that. I don't think that's even part of the mental math in her head. It was just a case of, I don't make this project hostile to their IP. Okay, so let's see. Breaking this down numerically then. We get Noctua, 2 per short rest as a bonus action. That needs to be noted. Bonus actions. Which means that Dante can, on the same turn, fire a Noctua Blast and then a Cutting Word cantrip. Which means that it can deal 22.5 plus 11 to 1 target plus another 2, assuming it hit 2 targets with the Noctua Blast. So 21.5, 32.5, 33, 34.5 damage average. Woo! That's a heavy hit. But he then tails off. Once he's fired his 2 Noctua Blasts, his damage per round drops dramatically to only 11 damage per round. Now I say only 11. No, that's still an appreciable amount, but it drops down. Am I the only person with the ability to solve practical problems? Absolutely not, no. I am the Kengineer, but there are plenty of people who can engage in Kengineering. Absolutely. I'm just a Kengineer, but the first of them, therefore I get to claim the title of the Kengineer. I've seen a cursory search, Lightning Arrow, bonus action AoE spell. Oh, Frodo, there we are then. That sounds good. Okay, so this gives us Dante with his actions. He's got this really basic Ruvox Gauntlets, which is a shite 4 damage in melee. But that's fine. He doesn't have to use it. That is there for him to do something when he cannot cast spells. And if he's in that situation, he should be dashing out of wherever he is. The other thing is it gives him an opportunity attack that does more than 1 damage. Not a lot more, but more. Yeah, I think that works out. And keeping it to strength rather than dex is, I think, the appropriate level of what the fuck insult. Like, why is he using strength-based gauntlets? Because he's Dante. He's not very wise. Hello, Scene Vault. Welcome on in. I have professed many a time that wizards should have emergency longbows, because wizards will tend to have dexterity enough to at least get something going. And a longbow, you don't need to be proficient with it to use it, you don't need to be proficient with it to deal damage with it. And it has an incredible range. So, emergency longbow. When all else is going to shit, emergency longbow. So you've got, hey, I need help, I just claimed my Incarnate later, but it's not showing in the arsenal. When you say claimed, you've just claimed it from the foundry, right? If you just claimed it from the foundry, you're not seeing it there. First thing you should do, relog the game, then make sure you're looking in the right place, and make sure you're looking in your secondary weapons, and that you're spelling it correctly if you're searching. If it's still not coming up at that point, and it's definitely not still in the foundry, get in touch with Warframe support. They'll be the only team that can help you there. Weapons vanishing when claimed is not something I'm aware of in general, so do those steps. If that doesn't work, contact support. Right. I don't think there's anything more that needs to be done with the Dante Initiate here. It's got its bullet jump, it's got its passive, it's got its void power. It doesn't get any Aurican resistances because it's an Initiate. It doesn't get any saving throws because it's an Initiate. That last detail I was debating. It's a small detail, but it's a detail throughout. I've been considering giving them all fewer skills and more saving throws. But they are going to have access to the resistances. No, I'm not going to go down that road. No. It's been working fine enough, and again, they're meant to be defeatable, so it's fine. We'll leave that as is. It's an initiate. They're not meant to be overpowered. And there's not many things a group of like level 2s can really do to fight an initiate. Level 3 is already getting close onto the challenge rating. Level 4, it's only supposed to be medium anyway. Someone is saying, in the land of Sable Suck, it helps to be safe. That's where the Adepts and above get their legendary resistances. So a challenge 9 gets 1, a challenge 14 gets 2, and a challenge 19 gets 3 legendary resistances, here called Orokin Resolve. Because of Sable Sucks. Salansi, who's one of the high level testers we have, can definitely attest to just how infuriating that could be at times. Fighting against those resistances. Not only the saves in the first place, but then also if they choose to pass. So I think giving more chances to save beyond that might be going too far. The biggest weakness with Warframes is being grappled, I've noticed. Apparently they have a big weakness there, but some of them escape it, some of them don't. It's fine. I have learned ways to deal with grapplers. Dante does not have that solution, so he's just going to have to suffer that. Yeah, so the thing is, incidentally, that's intended design. I don't think I need to do that. Now, what am I doing? Ooh, that's the old renderer. Boop. Oh, I need a line break. There we go. That's what I missed. Still getting used to the new renderer. Thank you for the link on that, still. Yeah, Scorch, the video right there, 25 ways to earn platinum. You covered. The 25th one might not be your style, but the other 24 should help you. Blaze says, like how getting knocked down in game can kill us a lot? Yeah. Very much so. All the primes are immune to it, though, so the grappler is crying when he sees a prime. Someone is saying, the more I know D&D 5e, the more I doubt anything is intended design at this point. I'm going to, for our sanity, move on from that very point. Anyone who knows me knows how well I can rant, and oh, do I have a rant there, so I'm going to move on. Right, let's do Dante Adept. So, again, carrying over a similar design from Nova. We're going to increase now. The strength needs to go up to a 12, which makes this a +1. The dex climbs, jumps, dare I say, to an 18. Do I keep that for Dante? Does Dante feel as dexterous as Nova? I want to say no. We saw what Nova did in the trailer, the New War trailer. The way she did that spinning roll through a portal into, I think it was Axamati everywhere. Dante doesn't come across as that dexterous. He just doesn't. So I'm going to give him slightly less dexterity there. And put this into his charisma instead. This does make him weaker, straight up. There is no debate on that. This makes him weaker, but I think that better fits his design. So his dexterity will go up not to 18, but to merely 16 for a +3. His constitution matching Nova will be a 13, which is a +1. His intelligence matching Nova will be a 20, which is a +5. His wisdom, we said slightly lower than Nova, so it'll only be a 12 for a +1. And then the charisma, Nova gets to 8 charisma. Dante's already 2 points ahead. With the drop in dex, that should be another few points ahead. So 2, 4, 10, 12. Let's go. Yeah, he should be overtaking the wisdom. Let's go 13. Started lower, but that's only for the initiate. 13 it is. His wisdom is falling behind. In fact, it's his lowest stat joint with strength now, and that That feels Dante. That feels Dante to me. Dante hovers from horizontal position to vertical. Yeah. I mean, he's still more dexterous than strong. As much as his signature weapon are the Noctua... sorry, not the Noctua. The Ruvox. He's casting spells. He's lounging around. He is more dexterous than he is strong. I'm also going to ignore the stumble in his dash animation. That just looks weird to me. So, with those stats, that should be a good fit for him. His armor class, I'm going to bring up to 14 to match Nova, which means he's going to need some natural armor. He's going to use cloth armor. That's the material in use there. His hit points are again going to match Nova. She's just my anchor for this design. So that'll be 121 hit points, which with con of this is 22d8 plus 22. There we are. And speed will remain 30 feet. Splendid. Imagine the stumble is just him breaking midair. Sure. If you may ask, why am I comparing him to Nova? So out of the 50-odd Warframes I have, Nova's base stat block, so the strength, dex, con, int, whiz, char, armor class, hit points, and speed, those closest fit what I imagine for Dante. So I'm using that as a template to keep the same balance, and then just making little tweaks to make it more Dante than Nova. All the rest of it is pure Dante. I'm only looking at her for basically the very top section, this bit here. Once I've gone through that, that's the end of where I'm looking at Nova. As opposed to, say, Atlas. If I took Atlas's stat block and tried to make a Dante from it, I'd be doing the whole thing from scratch. Right, in terms of skills, his Arcana bonus is now going to be... Oh, I need to change the challenge rating. That is a 9, that is 5,000 XP, the proficiency is a +4, there we are. So, Arcana is now a +9, History is now a +9. D&D Virgil when? When there's a Warframe called Virgil. If he was Atlas, he could at least use his melee. He can use his melee once per turn. Badly. Anyway, what skill? What skill? He's got Arcana, he's got History. What should Dante pick up next as a skill? Does he get another skill, or does he get Expertise? Also, I've given him movement. I haven't given him flight or hovering, anything like that. Is that going to be a problem? No, it's just a visual design. He still stumbles. I don't need to give him hover. Right. Skill. What are my list of skill options? Let me grab the quick reference information I probably should have opened earlier. Helpful info. Skills: acrobatics, animal handling, arcana, athletics, deception, history, insight, intimidation, investigation, medicine, nature, perception, performance, persuasion, religion, sleight of hand, stealth, survival. Got it. He is definitely investigation. In his lore, on hearing that something weird and mysterious had happened, he always loved a mystery. Drusus says this. He always loves a mystery. So his next one is investigation. Racing, history. History is already on there. That's from the Initiate. No, I didn't, Tim Richard. No, I didn't. Anyone more frame at the moment? Get a random update with no read text. Just PS? No idea on that, Snake. If we had a Warframe called Virgil with an Exalted Arcana, game would reach new levels of motivation. I mean, we have an Exalted Bladed Warframe already. And otherwise, I know absolutely nothing about Dante and Virgil as a pair, so I can't really weigh in. Passive Perception is an 11. Bullet Jump has changed. It's now an 8-foot vertical or a 24-foot horizontal. The passive is just a passive. We can leave that there. I left the Wisp in here. Whoopsie. That should say Dante. My bad. But Dante's void power ability is intelligence. Spell save DC is rocketed up now. It is a 17. Okay. Now things are going to start getting scary. Cutting word cantrip. Dante expels a copy of one of its spellbook pages as a slashing projectile. That's going to be a copy of 2 of its spellbook's pages as slashing projectiles. 2 creatures it can see within 60 feet must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, each creature takes such and such. Basically, I'm going the Eldritch Blast route. Much like how you can ramp up the fire rate in Warframe, this is fire rate increase. I am wondering, do I say can target the same creature? Or force him to split up his magic? I'm thinking force him to split it up. It's a cantrip. For the cantrips, I'm going to force him to split it. And then for the spells, he can really hard focus someone. That'd be sensible. We'll see. I might change my mind on that. We'll see for now. Putting it there. Speaking of Wisp, innate initiate bullet jump. Thank you very much on that. There we go. That's both of those fixed. Yeah, there we are. Okay. These little bits that sit through and use templating. It's fine, but we catch them. So we got the cutting word. The Revox Gauntlets, they are now going to be a +5 to hit. And they will now deal 1d8 +1 bludgeoning damage. At their current design. I can amend this later on, but for now, we'll just leave it there. We'll make changes when they need to be made. I'm going to add now a new cantrip. A wizard should have many cantrips, and this is going to be light word. This is why cutting word is called cutting word. And now light word is light word, because we're going to have the light verse spell, but having just that spell on its own to be cast maybe once or twice does not feel very Dante. This is where I have been cooking. The verses will be bonus actions. Despite being longer, they're empowered to be bonus actions. And the cantrips will be actions, meaning that by the time Dante is powering up, Dante can be casting light and dark at multiple throughout their turns. And then because these are separate cantrips, I've got a further plan on that. On the very high levels. Somebody is saying the disadvantage with a different target thing is it scales worse at high levels, where at some point there are not 4 people to hit for prime. Yeah, that is definitely a consideration and might be a good consideration. I mean, if a party is fewer than 4 people, they're at risk of the, what do you call it, action economy fighting against them instead. So there's that trade-off. I might increase the range as well, though. Like, yeah, I think increasing the range would be a good idea. So, cutting word can have 90 feet. There we are. Job done. For now. We'll come back to it all. I may, again, change my mind on this. This is initial pass on all of this lot. Light word. Dante... Yeah, Dante... casts a protective ward. In a shimmering ring before itself. Dante and its allies within... Let's go medium range, 60 feet. Dante and its allies within 60 feet. Again, it's going to be temporary hit points. Let's go with... This is going to be an action. I want it to be a decent amount. Let's split across multiple creatures. I think 2d8. So 9 brackets 2d8 temporary hit points. And the thing about temporary hit points is that it's not healing. If you have temporary hit points, you can't then get more temporary hit points to add together. You either get the temporary hit points you have, or a higher amount you were offered replacing the ones you had. So in that regard, this cantrip is not a healing one, and therefore does not break general encounter designs. Will Dante get a testicular torsion spell? No. So that's Light Word cantrip. Sorry to say maybe scale range on rank, like 60 plus 20 per level, so it is 60 prime is 120. Yeah, so that's where I'm going with increasing it to 90. Next one can be 120, next one can be 150, something like that. I'm going 30 for the level rather than 20. Or 30 per tier, I should say. But yeah, thinking along that line already. So with that, he's got his light word. So now we can have light verse. Dante casts light verse as a as yet to be decided level spell. Going to be older, you type slow? Yeah, that's fine. You may also need to refresh your stream. If you've been watching a while, sometimes it falls behind. If you've got any kind of internet lag or if Twitch just blips. So certainly if you watch a stream for a long time and want to be live responding, it's best to every now and then refresh. It's just how it is. Alright then, so light verse is in consideration, so let's actually make it. Copy the spell block just so we have a nice template to work from. So this is going to be light verse and one of very few abjuration spells. Level as yet to be decided. Hello there, Moon. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well, my dude. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Moon. Just reminding myself there's something on that. Did you respond to the Omega Squad? I can't remember if you did. No, I don't think you did. Yeah, Moon. Make sure you check out the Omega Squad channel, just below Duck Squad. Very important information for you right there. Very important. Hey, ads in the middle of conversations. Well, Potato, you know how to solve that. Ooh. But yeah, temporary hit points, if you have them, you can gain a greater amount of them, but it replaces the ones you have. They don't add together, unlike healing. So if I have 5 temporary hit points, and some spell gives me 4 temporary hit points, I have 5. If I have 5, and some spell gives me 6, I now have 6 temporary hit points, not 11. That's why temporary hit points are safe to use as that cantrip there. So for this, it's going to be 1 bonus action. This is not going to be range self. This is just going to be a range. And I'm going to go for a range of 90 feet. Vocal somatic is fine. Duration instant is fine. With a grand circular wave, Dante projects a powerful abjuration field across itself and its allies within range. Each affected creature gains, now this is going to be a lot. Each affected creature gains, let's go. It's effectively counteractive damage. Can assume it hits 2 targets because just in counterbalancing math. Thinking DPR, pop it all together. Want to have some healing in there as well. Let's go with around 30-ish. I'm using D8s on the temporary hit points on the cantrip. I want this to feel more powerful, so let's use D10s. If I go 6D10, that'll be 33. Boom. 33, 6D10 temporary hit points. And then a healing aspect on top of that, which will be 11, 2d10 hit points. Just curious, but in D&D 5e, is there such a thing as a line with width more than 1 tile, 5 foot? Yes. So there are variants which have 10, 15 or more feet width. I think the 15 is really about as high as it would typically go. By that point, you're probably into cubes. But yes, they do exist more than a 5 foot line, a 5 foot wide line. And because of how D&D works on a grid, a 5 foot line width can hit 2 5 foot squares. A 10 foot wide line can hit 3 5 foot wide squares, because you can go down the middle of said group of squares, so that overlaps but doesn't fully cover the outside squares, and that still counts. It's weird, but it is what it is. Right, so with the Grand Circular Wave, Dante projects a powerful abjuration field across itself and its allies within range. Don't want to give some flowery nuts to that, or just leave it there. Leave it there, honestly. It doesn't need to be over flowery. Each affected creature gains 33 temporary hit points and 11 hit points, while a creature has temporary hit points from this spell. It is immune to and cleared of the... let me get a list of conditions I would like to affect. This is where we turn Overguard into Overguard. It is immune to and cleared of the... Charmed, Enervated, you might be like, what's that? You'll find out. Enervated, Frightened, would it be Grappled? Grappling and CC, yeah. Grappled. Incapacitated. Paralyzed. Petrified. I think. Yeah, petrified. Poisoned. Prone. Restrained. Slowed. Stunned. Slowed and stunned. Conditions. Incapacitated, except when dying. Except when unconscious. Oh yeah. Because a dying creature is unconscious. Except when unconscious. There we are. Blinded? Not blinded. No. Overguard doesn't protect from blinded. So I'm not including blinded. Or at least it didn't up until the bloody update on Wednesday, whereupon apparently now Breach Surge doesn't blind Xmas units. What's that? DE, come on. That wasn't in the patch notes. I'm going to consider that a bug, and I'm going to leave blinded as able to get through Overguard. I need to have some weaknesses. But that is a lot of conditions. So Charmed means you can no longer make Warframes magically believe you are their friend. Enervated, you cannot stop them from having to choose between their action or bonus action. Frightened, you cannot get them to run away screaming. Grappled, you can't hold them down. Incapacitated, you can't stop them from taking actions in total, unless you make them unconscious. Paralyzed, you can't just lock them to the spot. Petrified, you can't lock them to the spot and turn them to stone. Poisoned, you can't give them disadvantage on attacks and checks. Prone, you can't shove them onto the ground. Restrained, you can't lock them in place another way and give them disadvantage on their attacks. Slowed, you can't, well, slow them. And stunned, you can't just outright take their turn away. Not through those particular conditions. It's kind of weird to me that there are so many conditions that are like incapacitated plus, but yeah. Did I already open the gift? Or are we doing that later? You know what? Honestly, that's a good shout. We should probably be doing that. We're halfway through the stream. This is exactly the right time to be doing that, Cosmo. So what we'll do is we'll make sure I'm finished with Dante Adept, and then we'll do that. How's that sound? 60-10 is a lot of temporary hit points. That's intended. He is also using one of his very few casts of Light Verse as a main spell, rather than as a bonus action. Sorry, rather than as a cantrip. So that's meant to be a lot. The thing is that it doesn't stack with other temporary hit points, so it has anti-synergy with any other temporary hit point granter. Yeah. That's the idea there, but it's meant to be a lot. That is his big spell at this level. Now, the amount of that spell, it's feeling... Honestly, it's feeling 5th level. I wouldn't put it to 6th, but it is feeling 5th level. Like, this is pretty damn nifty in terms of power output there. As soon as those temporary hit points are gone, all of these protections from those effects are just gone. If the temporary hit points get replaced by a different feature, then it's no longer temporary hit points from this spell. So again, all of those benefits will be gone, further adding to the anti-synergy. So, yeah, I'm satisfied with that. This also, by the way, is... unlike Warframe's version, this is actually really bad on Hildren, because Hildren uses temporary hit points as shields. I'm kind of running out of health types here, so... Light Verse does shields rather than Overguard, who knew? So yeah, we'll drop that there. Yeah. The only qualm which might make me bring this down is because it's a bonus action, we can still use our actions, which can still open up cutting words, which are doing 22 per round innately. Now we want a damage output of about 55 per round. Yeah, 55 per round, I think. Average over the course of 3 turns. A Light Verse is counting as part of that damage in the form of healing. Kind of. Kind of. Doesn't quite work out that way, but kind of. So if we've got the Light Verse putting out 4488 for 2 targets, equivalent healing. That's a lot, actually. That annihilates the budget. Never mind. Brain fart. That annihilates the budget. 22. How's that feel? 22, 11, 60, 33, 66, 132. Still annihilating the budget. Did I really brain fart that hard? Alright. Never mind. We'll bring it down further. 2d10. That'll be 22, 44. Per cast. 2 casts, that would be 88. With our 165 budget, minus that, leaving us 77 to work with. That should be manageable. Let's see. Cutting Word is going to be doing 22 per turn. Yeah, so I'll rate it. Sometimes I need to double check the mathematics, and sometimes I'm just... I don't carry the 1 in my head. Which is why we check and triple check and spend the time to make these things, rather than just throw numbers at it and leave it, and then call it homebrew. Penguin, thanks for the hydrate. Yeah, I'm not going to replay back the stream, but I wonder what the hell I was thinking, I'll be honest. I wonder what numbers I ran in my head at that time to come up with that value, because that was a lot, looking back. Anyway, yeah. On gaining equivalent to 44 healing, that's himself and one other nearby, considering his hit points, that is basically giving him a turn back, because it's expected to last about 3 turns of combat. Is a medium level monster. For a harder fight, it's an even bigger amount. Like, that'd be healing, like... Excuse me, sorry. That Peter was lagging. That would heal it the effectively about 1.5 turns worth. Like, yeah, that would be huge. Granted, that's spread, so if there's only Dante there, then the spell is half as effective. Likewise, if there's more than just Dante within range, the spell becomes a lot more effective. On that basis, I'm actually going to drop the range down to 60 feet. Just to control the scaling a bit more. But yeah, with the conditions on top, I think that should work in terms of us getting here. So running again the assumption of 44 effective hit points put out there. Again, due to temporary hit points, it's not as effective as that, but that's our approximate mathematics. That leaves us a damage budget technically of 77, but probably a little bit more. Testing would be necessary on that. Probably. Let's see. Yeah. Because of that, I'm also going to bring the cantrip down to a 30-foot range for the temporary hit points. That does need to be shorter as well. Damage can go out further, not hit points. Because that also prolongs fights, and that can be a problem. Did I put a 16 on here? That was not supposed to be a 16, that was supposed to be a 14. Whoops, my bad. That did look weird. Okay, so with this from here now, we've got... currently the cantrip was set on the previous one at 2d10. We're targeting 2 creatures now, so it's effectively 4d10. And that does feel like a necessary balancing factor for what we can have out here. Because 4d10, 22 damage. You get over 3 rounds, that's 66 damage of our 77 budget. See the problem? If we have then our cast of Noctua on top of this... Noctua has a base of 22 and a half, plus the extra damage bonus it gives. And that's 22 and a half per target, right? Wait. It's per target. I made a mistake. I don't think I had enough sleep last night. How did I not see this sooner? How did none of you all see that? No. This is my fault. This is entirely my fault. Noctua did not take into account that it hits multiple targets in the damage calculation. I don't know how I didn't see that. Right? Or am I... No. Wait. My head is beginning to hurt. Not gonna lie. Noctua 3rd level's fine. Yeah, that's the thing. We looked at it and 3rd level seems fine, but now... But the damage feels wrong. Okay. No, I did it correctly. It's a 45 damage average output spell. Small AoE. Zom's saying Twitch has been dead for like half an hour. Don't know what to tell you, Zom. I'm definitely still here. So yeah, 45. 2 rounds of that, 90. No, that sounds wrong. I'm coming back to the Initiate. What's going on here? On the Initiate, single cast of Noctua would hit 1 creature for 9 damage and 13 damage. It's 22. It's actually 22.5 because 13d8 is 13.5. 2 creatures, they take a total of 45. And for this kind of a range of spell, you assume it hits 2 creatures. That's in counterbalancing. Or rather, monster balancing. So it's a 45 damage spell with a rider of adding 2 damage to attacks made by spells or just damaged by spells until the end of Dante's next turn. That can affect Noctua itself on the next turn. It can affect Cutting Word on that turn of casting and on the next turn. Assuming that together, we get 45 plus 45 plus 11 plus 11 plus 11 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 plus 8. So 45 times 2 plus 8. Oops. plus 11 times 3 is 131, which divided by 3 comes out to 44 damage per round. No! Jesus Christ! How did I get that so wrong? I said something was looking weird. Sure, that is completely overboard. Okay. Now I'm just doubting every number I put in here. That's, well, in terms of damage, and that's annoying me. That is really annoying me. Screw this one up. Okay. I can fix it. It's just damage numbers, but I need to be careful about what numbers I'm talking. Dante Initiate is supposed to have a DPR of 30 in 3 rounds. That is a total of 90 damage. Budget, do not go over in 3 rounds. The cantrip most likely will need to come down. If I bring that down to a 2d8, and if I bring the dice down on the Noctua down to d6s, what value do I get so far there? Is that going to be sufficient, or do I need to do more? We get 2d8, which is 9 damage, 3 rounds, so that's 27. On Noctua, if we're using d6s, it'll be 7 plus 10.5, 17.5. To 2 creatures, twice. And then there's 2 damage extra on 3 cantrips and 1 spell, that's 8 damage. Total is 105, that's still over budget. It's still over budget by 15 damage. And that is budget limit. More than that becomes problematic. Something was nearly at me this entire time. And I've realised what it is now. It's just fixing that. Have I countered his bad defenses? Yes, I have Storm Raider. So challenge rating 4 has flat average before you make something like more glass cannon or more of a tank. Flat average is 75 hit points, 14 AC, plus 5 to hit, and damage per round average of 25. That's challenge rating 4. So for Dante, that would mean a damage budget in 3 rounds of 75 if he had average tank stats. His tank is down by about 20-ish%, which means I can increase the damage budget by about the same again, which means that I want the budget to go up from 25 to about 30. If I take it more than 30, I risk having him, 1, having too much damage per turn, and 2, having too much damage over the course of the fight. He'll hit heavier than he should. That's what I'm working with there. I'm going to need to take some dice off of this. If I bring the Radiant down to 2d8, I know I celebrated having... Or 2d6. I know I celebrated having the Bludgeoning and Radiant ratios correct, but that's going to be the easiest way to fix this without giving it tiny looking damage dice. Yeah, so if I bring all the dice down by 1 and take out one of the dice in Noctua, let's see what those numbers all come to. I'm going to write it in just so I have a good record as to what I'm doing on screen. 98, 9 from 2d8. This will be 7 from 2d6. This will be 7 from 2d6. It's very much the average cantrip. It is very much the average cantrip. It's a saving throw one, targeting a dex save, so there's no AC bonuses that can get in the way. There's no difficulty of using it in melee range, so it's got a benefit there. It can't crit, but crits are a minor item. They really are. I put that one on the wrong one. The other one's going to agree anyway. Yeah, cutting word cantrip of 9, and we're casting it every turn. 9 times 3. Noctua, is 2 lots of 7, which comes out to 14. It'll hit 2 creatures, typically, so that's 28. And we can cast it twice, so that's 56. And it increases the damage of other damaging spells by 2 going forwards until the end of the next turn. So it'll affect the cantrip on the turn it's cast, the cantrip on the next turn, on which turn will also cast Noctua that it affects, which will affect the cantrip on the turn after. That's 4 times. 4 times 2 is 8. No, it's not. 10, because Noctua hits twice. 93. I'm 1 point of damage per round over budget. That's fine. 31 I'll accept. 31 DPR rather than 30. I'll accept that, because if I take this down any further, it's going to feel wrong. Ray asking a different type of question. Which Warframe did you enjoy recreating the most in D&D? No idea on that. Nah, no idea on that, sorry. No idea. The save is funny now. Roll to take the same damage? What do you mean? What? Okay, Storm. You do that. Okay. We're all struggling on this one. Explains a lot. You read the whole thing wrong. Oh, did you now? Oh, brilliant. That explains why you missed what I missed. Who I dreaded the most? Saren. Saren has proven to be an issue. Zevagov was fun to make and balanceable. Saren has proven to be an issue which required a careful redo of her basic functionality, because spores scale over time. It's the core design of spores. They grow over time. So yeah, that was a toughie. Trying to make it where it's something interesting, and I've succeeded. What I've created, I think, is a very positive Saren. She doesn't suffer from save or suck as much as others may. And she has scaling which is manageable. Scaling that she even has to eat into to get more power out of the spell. That works out. Dante Prime's going to be crazy? Yeah. Luckily today, this is just an aside, by sheer coincidence, everyone else that lives in the same house as me isn't in, so I can run late if I need to, and I will not be intruding on anyone. Although I can't run too late because I've got 8 hours of D&D tomorrow. So yeah, I'll be fine. I just realised that the stream is still set up to say it includes paid promotion. Nope, no it does not. Whoopsies, let's fix that. There we go. That was from stream 2 days ago. And even though it's not paid promotion, it's FTC regulations of announcing that I was given free stuff in Warframe. That's all. Do I run Duck Squad immediately before Wolf? Almost. I have enough time in between to get some food, and that's it, Esprit. I run 4 hours of Duck Squad. I have a break for food. I run 4 hours of Wolf Squad. 8 hours. It's a lot. And Sundays are entirely family day, so that's taken up there. I can't get any work done then. And then the rest of the week I've got streams, and I've got YouTube stuff to do, the Patreon stuff. I need a vacation. I had one. I went to Canada. DE paid for it. That was my vacation. I was going to have some time off, actually this week, before the update came out. And then just Dio was like, hey, we're making drops happen. Also, we're going to shout out your project without any prep on that. Yeah. Tags popped up. Oh, that tag is going to be there from the Warframe drops. Happens. Shout out, yeah, Ray. How did you miss this detail? Hold on. Okay, I'm going to allow myself to get distracted to get you this clip. Content, clips of my channel. Not partner, pack shout out. Grab, copy, link address, paste. I mean, this should work. That link, yeah, that looks like that link to it. Zon, luckily Twitch staff spelt the clip correctly. Ah, fair enough, Ray, fair enough. Story is saying this is the first frame of weapons that are based in carnal model. Simple with that, or will it cut too much in power budget? I can actually do something with that because he won't be using those weapons, and so it doesn't touch the power budget. Because that's the fun thing about designing ancillary features. If those features don't get used, they don't cost budget. So long as they aren't a good enough feature to be relied on, you don't need to worry about it. I've thrown in interesting weapons or abilities for frames in places where it thematically looks nice, but then you get to actually running the frame and you go, I'm just not going to do that. But it's there. It's a weird one. But yeah. This rebalance has put it into the correct spot in terms of damage output now, but it also means that Noctua probably should be a second level spell. Because a line of 4d6, that is not a third level spell. Even with the bonus action casting. Well, no. No, actually, no. No, it is third level. A line of 4d6 is third level, yeah. Because this is a bonus action. Because Scorching Ray is 3d6 as an action. So a line of 4d6, which means it can hit 8d6 in itself. It's no fireball, but it's a bonus action half fireball. Or half lightning bolt. Like that's a big ass deal right there. That's third level still. That's fine. That balance doesn't need to change. Hey Ken, question in similar vein as Vase. Hypothetically, do you think you would main Lavos in D&D? In other words, how do you feel about Lavos turned into a D&D monster? General observations. Lavos has, in my testing, unfortunately had the slight problem of being a nerd against a jock. Twice in a row. Both times, Lavos has found himself staring down or staring up at a giant of a man with more muscles than sense, grappling him and trying to slam him repeatedly into the ground. Lavos has escaped this once using Vile Rush, but it is still a major threat for him. In terms of maining in D&D though, that as a question doesn't really make sense. It's like... It would be like saying to someone, when you go to the supermarket, do you prefer to main the 4-file? They'd be like, I'm buying multiple products. I go to different aisles. What do you mean main the 4-file? Why would I stay in the 4-file? I need all the products. That's the best analogy I can give you for why that question is kind of a pain to really answer. It's not a question. Okay, well, yeah. Maining the snack aisle, slightly different, but point. There is the weakness in the analogy. But yeah. You don't really main monsters. I mean, you can make themes of monsters. My theme is Warframes, but you wouldn't just keep using Lavoses as a DM. It'd get boring for the players. Anyway, going back onto this, and now that I've apparently woken up out of my stupor of just giving Dante all of the damage in the universe. I don't know what I was thinking. Honestly, no idea. Uh, 46 to 2 different creatures as a bonus action, plus 2d8 to 1 creature as an action. That is 7, 14, 28, plus 9, 37, plus the extra damage, 39 damage. Turn 1, turn 2. Turn 2 will be not 39, but another 4, so 43, 39, 43, holy shit. 39 plus 43, then it drops down massively, because turn 3, he'll only deal 11 damage. Oh, yikes, this guy runs out of steam hard. I mean, when the lad can't be counterspelled, he can. Dante can be counterspelled. Please read the feature again. I think D was thinking also with an Ezra element. Is it me? Or has D kind of gone a little overboard on the let's turn single target AoE? I'm not saying nerf the game, but I do find myself beginning to get a bit concerned about our AoE capabilities again. There was the nerf of the Kuva weapons and explosive weapons in general that brought it down. And then it's crept and crept and crept, and we're back up again. After nerf, there was the Latum. And then we've had the newer Incarnans, the later Incarnan, Mitre Incarnan, various bits and pieces going on. Lex becoming the OG Catchmoon on steroids. And then we continue to get more and more scaling things. Kalervo enters the field, and we're like, holy shit, we can now heavy attack one guy, lose basically none of our combo, and everything dies. It's scaling up a lot. Ray saying AoE from abilities versus AoE from weapons is more reasonable. I mean, it's not about the source, it's about the accessibility. Now we're getting something like Nezha, where it's just bam, spears, tap something, everything dies. Someone said, I personally think many go overboard with Overguard now being Shield 2 and everyone getting it. I think they were looking for a new space for hit points, so I don't fault them on that. A new space for status immune hit points is kind of cool. The amount of Overguard is where I go, what? Now, Overguard is half the hit points of shields because of 50%. Enforcer, spoilers? What? Moving on. Alright, Enforcer, you're one of the ones with a different name in one place to another, aren't you? Now done. We talked about it, so it'll be in the messages. I just need to scroll back a bit. You're a Morph Squad. Yeah. Fucking Morph Squad. There. When someone has a different name on Twitch to Discord, I just don't know who you are. You're basically anonymous mode. Can you change it? Yeah, you can change your username, absolutely. I think you can do it once, like, once in a while. I don't know how long, actually. It might be once every couple months or once a year. But in any case, you can change your username on Twitch, absolutely. And the only real impact it has is that my chatbot then loses track of you for some features. But it's nothing. You still have your sub, you still have your accolades, it's still you. You know what names you have in what places? Oh, I don't know how you'd handle that, honestly. Like, you're just someone different everywhere. I get having anonymous accounts in places, but if you're in the same community, in the same spots, and have different names, that's just... it feels weird to me. Because I then discover, oh wait, it turns out that these 4 different people in these 4 different places are all the same person. No wonder they sounded so similar. Ah, dear. Okay. We're refocusing on this now. So, with Dante Initiate put back into the right space, although he has still got, again, that cantrip is so little power over time afterwards. We can take from there. And this isn't spoilers for Wolf Squad because, quite frankly, when it comes to actually fighting a frame, you already have a good idea as to what they can do anyway. Story is saying, personally, I think that per rest is not great for enemies as they never rest, and it's better to have X per X rounds so they don't front load all the damage. I disagree, Storm Raider. Yeah, I straight up disagree. It already exists in 5e. There are features which are per encounter, which is functionally per short rest, and then there are features which are spell slot basis, literally spellcasting monsters. They get those spells back on long rest. They also have other long rest features which are just part of them, once per day or X per day. So, no, I straight up disagree. Those features already exist. If you're disagreeing with that, you're disagreeing with 5e. Which is valid in itself, but that's an entirely different conversation to just creating this. Also, enemies can rest. That they usually die before the DM ever has to declare a rest is irrelevant. Enemies can undo rest. They have hit dice which can be rolled. So, that aside... yeah, we're on to figuring out how many points everything is supposed to actually be doing for Dante Depth. So I want the cantrip to go up in power. Because if the cantrip goes up in power, then it maintains more at its tier. Attacking 2 enemies for 2d8 damage would give it output of 18 per round, which challenge 9, 18 per round for its basic is a bit shit, frankly. So I've had enemies long rest from the party who's done the same, can be fun to play with. Yeah, and it's also useful for if the players recruit monsters. Because if you've got a stat block that says they can do this feature once per minute, yeah, oh well, they're just going to keep on casting it, aren't they? What's that? It takes 10 rounds to come back? They can literally do that every minute. Whereas per rest, they have to actually work with the group. And short rests are criminally underutilized in 5e because of how long they are. Gotta befriend the wild Dante? Yeah, Warframes usually are just gonna cut you up and take your stuff. Ask Duck Squad, how they know. Okay, I really need to get onto the numbers on these. This one's been more of a doozy, but I think that's part of my sleep schedule being absolute shit. And you... Oh, she's gone. I was about to insult my cat for waking me up this morning early, but... When the fuck did you leave? Alright, that was quiet. Fair do. Normally she makes more of a fuss about leaving. Not today. Esprit said, don't see what was so bad about Caliban to Queenie. I simply walked away. Yeah. So, Esprit, the giant barbarian... giant Minotaur barbarian with adaptive damage found it easy to kill Caliban. Meanwhile, Queenie, the fragile sorceress with fire, fire, and more fire found Caliban difficult. Hmm. Wumberjack, that'll be up to your DM. Maybe they'll let you befriend a Dante. And maybe you can go on nice, lovely adventures together. And then maybe, just maybe, once you've done that, you'll discover Dante was just preparing to backstab you the entire time. Hello, Mecha Compy. Now we actually have a name to a name. There we go. And yeah, I can confirm for you, this is not spoilers because, well, one... you know what a Warframe is anyway, and you have an idea as to what Dante can do. And two, oh, you'll deal. You'll deal. That was a journey, but you did it. Alright, Oh yeah, Dante is fun to play, yeah. Okay, so I need numbers. I've injured 2d8. 18 is low, but I'm going to accept that for now because Noctua can buff it up, and yeah, it's fine. We'll figure it through. So, Light Verse, which is supposed to have... Light Verse is 1 per short... Oops, no space. Short rest. Okay. So with the 1 per short rest, he can go Noctua turn 1. Noctua will deal its amount of damage. I can level it up so it can deal more damage. And in fact, if we make that at higher levels, each of them increase by 1d6, that means we'll be making this a 21 per target. So it's 42 damage on cast plus the extra damage output there, which I might also make +1. So 42 and then +4 damage on all spells until end of the next turn. So we go 42. If this is the numbers I'm working with, it'll be 42 plus the cantrip, which would be... Oh, that's going to scale. I'm no longer concerned for Dante. 42 plus 9... 9 plus 4 is 13 times 2. And it will do that twice. Plus the healing burst, which will be 2244. And then we throw in another Noctua for the... of 21, 42, plus the cantrip for 13 times 2. Divided by 3. Damage output per round, 69. Oops. That's too much. Nice, yes! I didn't even realise. I was too busy looking at the number to realise the joke. But also, that's too much. All right, I can balance this down again. I can balance this down. Let's balance this down. Oh yeah, Zom. Yeah, absolutely. I put 2 Tau Forged Ambers onto Dante. He needs the casting speed, but because we have the shards, sod it. Job done. And we can fuse Ambers into Tau Forge if you really want to go down that road as well. So, yeah, not a problem. Okay, let's rehash the math here. I'm going to not... What if I don't increase the additional damage on its damaging spells? Let's read the numbers. So, 42 from the instant hit of Noctua on 2 targets. Then, we got the cantrip, which is now only going to be 11 damage to each. So, it's 11 to 2 targets twice, because we're going to do it on turn 2 as well. We get the healing, which is 22 twice, that's 44 effective. Then on turn 3, we get Noctua again, which is 42 damage, and the cantrip for 11 twice. Divide by 3, comes out to 65. It's still a lot. It's still a lot. Aside from all the Dante, what is an RS actually feel worse since his rework? Don't know, haven't tried him yet. What if I only increase the radiation, the radiant damage d6, and not the bludgeoning? What if... Because I'm aiming for 55 damage per round. I know that healing isn't technically damage, but it technically is. Because if you take less... If you have more hit points, you can deal more damage. Is the math there. So, yeah. Let's try this. So, if we do 5d6 damage per target, 5d6 on 2 targets, 10d6 equivalent, 5 times 7, 35. So we're going to have 2 lots of 35, plus the cantrip is always going to be buffed, so that it's going to be 11 times 6, and then we'll have the healing burst of 44. That goes out to 60 per round, but we've got temporary hit points, you know what, I might allow that. Temporary hit points aren't as good. Yeah. Scale Noctua, 1d6 extra, 2 damage rather than 1 per hit. And keep the cantrip where it is, and that should balance out. Maybe. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. But at higher levels. This is on this page here, so y'all see. When Noctua is cast using a spell slot above 3rd, the radiant damage increases by 3 bracket 1d6, and the bonus damage on follow-up damaging spells increases by 1. I should say at the start of this, so it's clear it's both. For each level above 3rd. There we are. When Noctua is cast using a spell slot above 3rd, for each level above 3rd, the radiant damage increases by 3, brackets 1d6, and the bonus damage on follow-up damage spells increases by 1. Boom, got it. Sounds like Dante's going to need some playtesting. Dante's going to see playtesting. Not this week, but I have got it planned as to when the when are we introduced to the playtesting circuit, as it were. You just read the live verse. Kovac is scared. Yeah, it's meant to be a bit scary on that one. It's Overguard. That's not shields you're dealing with there. That is straight up Overguard. But good news for Kovac. On the light verse, while a creature has temporary hit points from this spell, it is immune to such and such. So you clear away the temporary hit points, and then you're good to go. You break the Overguard, and the crowd control applies again. See? It's balanced. Is what I said earlier when it wasn't actually balanced. But now it's balanced. Maybe. But this can only be... This surely is only a 4th level spell now. Surely a burst of 22 healing equivalent. So not even 22. Surely that's only a 4th level spell. It doesn't feel 5th to me. So I'm going to write it down as 4th. Until someone proves otherwise. Cast as a 4th level spell. Cast as a 4th level spell. We have our cantrips. We have our bits and pieces. Bada bing, bada boom. It feels like Overguard from the game. Yep, and it's U before A for guard. I only say that because you put bracket spelling, so... Evidently wanting to know on that. Is bugging you? All good. It's another one of those. It's probably from French. Just the feel of the word. It's probably from French. And that's why it's just so stupid. Just waiting for the actually comments on it being 4th level. Hey, if someone can bring receipts on something that I've done wrong, excellent. I'll change it. Job done. Right, but for now, that is the Adept. So, now that we are 2.5 hours in and halfway through, I think we should take a brief break from this to talk about something I received in the post. Because you see, I teased this over on the Discord. You may or may not have seen it. I did tease it over there. Ow. I teased it with this thing right here. I'm just gonna... Oh, bollocks. I'm gonna drop that. That's actually from TennoCon anyway. It doesn't really matter. The box I received, this was just from TennoCon. It was a way of putting my name on it for the photo. That can go to the side. That was on the signing booth. When you forget Kenna's ears, I know, right? Actually, you can even see that side. But yeah, this came in the post. And I wonder if you can guess what might be inside. Shall we have a look? Shall we have a look? Of course we shall. Inside of this lovely box here, let's get this onto a nice big screen. We got a letter. And we don't need to worry about all the rest of it. We'll just read the letter, and this will do us fine, won't it? The letter goes, "Do you remember your first subscriber? your 100th, or your 1000th subscriber? Chances are you do. And we know that you'll definitely remember your 100,000th subscriber. Your fans may have found you while searching YouTube, learned about you through a friend, or maybe you showed up as a recommended video. No matter how they came to your channel, your audience stayed and their numbers increased because of you and the community you have built. We are proud to honour your impressive milestone of reaching 100,000 subscribers with the Silver Creator Award. Congratulations! We know that you have many more stories to share with your community, and we know your fans can't wait for you to amaze them even more with your commitment and creativity. So keep creating, keep building. We can't wait to see what you'll do next, and we're here to support you along the way. And who knows, when you reach your 1,000,000th subscriber, we may just write to you and ask, do you remember your 100,000th subscriber? Yours sincerely, Neil Moen, YouTube CEO. Lift off this whole protective doodad, very important to have. And carefully extract this from the box. I am happy to show you this. If I zoom that right the way in, look at that there. I know it's very faint, but it's there. I have myself 100,000 subscriber YouTube silver play button. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yes, hello cat, there's an interesting box, isn't there? Stay away. No, that box is not for Kitty to sit in. No. Of course she comes back right now. And she leaves again. She could hear the box. She could hear the box. Ah. She's a wonderful cat. My God, is she a menace as well. And the box is being a menace too. Come on. Yep. Frickin'. There we are. Close. No. Right. There we go. I'm going to close that safely up because I don't have anywhere to hang this right now. But I will figure it out. But for now, box with a brilliant play button inside. Ah. The play button is my prize, the box is hers. That sounds about right. That does sound about right. Ah. That must be satisfying. It is very satisfying. I didn't start doing this whole content creation thing expecting it to work exactly, I'll be quite honest. It was more of a, I need something to do that isn't spending my entire time either working at or recovering from working at a call center. Because that's where I was when I started being the engineer in Warframe. And we've come a long way since then, haven't we? A very long way. So thank you everyone who's been here for that. Couldn't have done it without you. Couldn't have done it without you, not one bit. The cat has returned and is now looking at the back of the door. Cat do as cat do. Cat will do as cat will do. Will it send us suck? Yeah, this one didn't suck at first. Like, literally, for the first year it didn't suck. Then they failed to sell the business to some overseas investors and decided they needed to do everything in their power to make it more appealing to investors. And that's when it began to suck. Because it turns out that if you make a business for investors to make profit from, you don't make a good business. You merely make a profitable one. Goodbye benefits? Literally, yes. Literally, yes. Additional perks and benefits began to be scaled back. The nature of the office got in cases, worse. The nature of scheduling became less desirable, less less what we were used to and hoping. The nature of the calls we were taking were becoming more and more negative, quite frankly, because of the types of things that they were cutting. The call volumes increased. When I started working there were actual physical gaps between calls because we had plenty of staff. But plenty of staff is expensive. Why have plenty of staff when you can not? When I started there was a brief period in the mornings where we get an influx of calls because people want things starting their day, get it done straight away. And then there would be time for things to be done. There were time for proper meetings. There were time for breaks away. And there were time for, frankly, workplace shenanigans from the upper management, making it interesting. All of that vanished. All of it. In the months before I left, it was back-to-back calls from start to end. There was no break. There was no breathing room in the slightest. They were on it. And the calls were just excessive, and people were pissed about the waits in the calls. And the only answer to that is simply not having enough people for the calls you're taking. Simply not enough people for it. That is an interesting situation, Lucas, and I can understand YouTube having an issue with it, yeah. The profits, very true, very true. But the bit... I'm going to share this story with you, carefully cutting out important details that identify stuff, but the detail that pushed it over the edge, the one that turned it from profit to even the corpus might go, come on now. No, the corpus would do this. The corpus would. But this is the kind of thing that makes them corpus. I had someone calling up. They had received the renewal notice for the product we sell. I say we, I've not been there for years, but they'd received their notice for the renewal. Problem was, the person calling up was the wife of the account holder. It was not in her name, it was in his name. The account holder had passed away 3 days prior. So already, this is a bereavement call. We sit on those ones carefully. And not only this, but the line they were coming in on, it was for lack of better terms, a premium client. You know, it was one of those lines where certain extra steps are taken. You put on the white gloves approach and nice, lovely suit rather than just your average retail approach everyman. It's meant to be a little bit more upmarket line, despite still being the same call center. Go figure. Now, in almost every single circumstance, if someone has a product under their name, they pass away, and their partner wishes to continue the product, that is not a problem. The partner calls up, verifies the data we have on record, confirms the date that their partner has passed away, so the date of death. We make full notes of this, we transfer the account over into the new name, and that's it. We take down new payment details, everything is fine. It's all good. Plenty doable. But this wasn't that. This wasn't moving over the account. This was them calling up because they got the renewal letter for the account. They wished to renew, but move it into their name because their partner passed away 3 days prior. Renewals can only be done in the name on the renewal letter. That was a hard and fast rule I was given for this line. Renewals have to be for the person named on the letter. If someone else wishes to have a product with us on that line, we would need to run the details as a new customer. And as a new customer, they wouldn't get the discount that was in that renewal. There was no change in product. There is functionally no change in the person involved, other than the account holder, the person who was named on it, having passed away 3 days prior. 3 days prior. To say that someone would still be in the grieving process is an understatement at that point. A life partner has passed away. And the best the business could do is say, thanks for calling up and letting us know about that. Your renewal is now going to be a higher rate because your husband passed away. Would you like to continue your business with us? I called around my managers to try and get someone to weigh in on this, because managers have certain levels of oversight and executive action they can take. Obviously, they're management. I got management involved. I spent 30 minutes with that customer when I'm supposed to turn around a call in like 5. Didn't care. I don't care what my stats are going to look like on that one. I can tell right from wrong, and that was wrong. I got passed from pillar to post because of increasingly shoddy organisational mess at the business, which was other parts of the issues. Again, cutting of corners. People didn't have the appropriate training. Until finally, I was put in front of a manager who did have the authority to speak on the matter. One person in the entire department I had access to could speak with authority on the matter. And they said no. There will be no exemption given. It cannot be done. If the man had called up 3 days sooner, if that letter had got to him 3 days sooner, and he called up on his deathbed to say, I'd like to renew this, and then 3 days later, the same wife called in to say he passed away 3 days ago, and said, can I move the account over? The answer would have been yes. But because the man did not receive the letter before passing away, did not call us up to renew before passing away, just so inconveniently happened to move on while the letter was on its way to him, the business would not honour the offer it had sent to him. That was the line. And that was one hell of a jump to the right, as it were, in crossing the line. There have been tiptoes and steps towards it. I was already looking on a way out, but that one just sent it. The call centre started well. It was everything that people said call centres aren't. And when I left it, it was everything that people said call centres are. That was despicable. And I say that as someone who has successfully sold products on a call where someone has called up to say that the partner has passed away. I want to be clear on that, because they wanted to continue with us, and very, very gently and respectfully allow them to basically take on other bits and pieces if they wish to. It's called tact. It's called having a heart. In these cases, with people who wanted to have what we were offering, and just make sure they're aware of their options. Literally, one of my best calls is one of those such calls, and was used as training material because it was an example of exactly how to handle it. And that call I've talked you through just then is exactly how a business should never handle it. Yeah, Esprit. They were in many regards a good person. That particular manager, I knew them quite well. Worked with them for a long time. They were in so many regards a great person, very hardworking, and very respectable individual. I don't know what happened. I don't know what pressures they felt under, what stipulations had been handed to them, that they said no in that moment there. Understandably, by the way, the woman calling up for the renewal decided to cancel every single product under her partner's name. Her now deceased partner's name. She wiped the entire account out because the company was so greedy as to want to enforce a lack of discount. And not even that much of a discount, to be quite honest with you. The company argued in favour of having a token amount, and instead lost an entire client and probably anyone she'll ever speak to, let alone myself. Corpus. Nothing else to it. Pure corpus that was. So I am so glad that I now work as a content creator for myself and don't have to do anything like that. That was a monster moment. So I could just make a Dante. Right, Dante Master. That is what we're on to now. Right, the Dante Master, using the templated information I've got statted for it. So, strength on this one will be a 14. Dexterity is climbing to an 18, so that's a +4. Oh, I didn't give the previous one a saving throw. I'll go back and fix that in a sec. Constitution is now a 15, that's a +2. Figure out the hit points in a moment. Intelligence is now 22, that is a +6. Wisdom is a 14, that is a +2. And the Charisma, that is going to climb to a 15. Yeah, it's just 2 across the board on this one, isn't it? Oh, that's easy. I don't know why I read it across, to be quite honest with you. And the armor class should increase to a 15. It's still that same cloth armor. That is all good there. Nefanyo Corpus's Grand Corpus so much better. Oh, no. Nefanyo is malicious and lazy and profiting from the work of others. Granum is ruthlessly effective, which means that I would lay that down as Granum, because they decided at some point somewhere to be ruthless about the details. Come hell or high water, this is how it operates. Nef is the buffoon inheritor. Nef fancies himself the rich man. Granum made himself the rich man. Yeah, 2 different kinds of evil, both evil. Very much true. Granum you can respect and hate. Nef you just hate. Granum you can respect the drive, the resolve, and that's about it. After Dante, will I have every frame made? Yep. Every frame. I'm not counting Stalker. Stalker is going to sit out for now. Just because he's so displaced compared to the rest. So I'm just not planning on putting Stalker in for now. Alright, so that'll be 195, and then 195 means... There it is. Column 15, that is correct. That is 30d8 plus 60. There we go. Speed will say 30. Dante is not going to get any faster just because he's master. Tia, right, let's put in that saving throw I forgot. So, saving throws go here. Saving throws. Double colon. For Dante, saving throw. Going to fight Dante tomorrow? No. I can confirm that for you, Gray. Let's see. What saving throw do I want to get to Dante? I think wisdom. He's not the most wise, but he's still going to have a certain resolve to him. So having that wizard style wisdom saving throw proficiency, I think that's the correct choice here. To bolster up that currently +1, +5. And he also needs to have, from Whisper Depth here, the Orokin Resolve feature. That was supposed to be in there as well. Boop. There we are. When Dante fails the same throw, once it uses feature, yep, that is all correct. And then we can do the same one into here. When Dante fails the same throw, it chooses to succeed instead. So use this feature twice. It may not do so again until it completes a short or long rest. Boop. Beautiful. Easy, easy, easy transitions. The strength bonus on this means a 10-foot vertical or a 28-foot horizontal. Wonderful. Dante's spells, blah, blah, blah. Dante's spellcasting modifier is now going to be a 19, because this is actually 14. This is now 11,500. That is a plus 5. 6 plus 5 is 11. 11 plus 8 is 19. DC is 19. Boom. Beautiful. Cutting word cantrip. Dante spells a copy of 3 of its spellbook pages as slashing projectiles. 3 creatures it can see within 90 feet must make a dexterity saving throw. DC is 19. Oops. On a failed save, each creature takes currently 9 lots of slashing damage. Cool. Light word. Cantrip. Dante casts a protective ward in a shimmering ring before itself. Dante and his allies within 30 feet gain 9 temporary hit points. Let's make that 3d8. So this will be 13 temporary hit points. They're saying, by the way, Ken, your Dante fashion actually looks really nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. I styled it off of a mage in a different game. I wonder if anyone will figure out where that mage is from. I've told one person, so they're not allowed to say. Ruvox Gauntlets, that is going to go up to a +7 to hit. Yep, that's nice and standard. The damage is bludgeoning for just 2 for 6. I'll do more of the Ruvox later. But for now, I'm just fixing the basic stats. I can improve it another time. And then these spells. Dark Verse. 1 per short rest. Now, I might consider giving Light Verse and Dark Verse 2 per short rest and go again on the lower slots. We'll figure it out. I'll decide how I want to go about that as I kind of let this one happen. I've got the vague concept in my mind, but I want to bring it together carefully here. So, Dante casts Dark Verse as a, as yet to be decided, level spell. Okay. So, Dark Verse is a cone of slashing. Now, cones in 5e are 53 degrees. However, the Dante cone in Warframe is a 100 degree cone, which is quite a bit bigger, actually literally twice the area. So that's something to consider. And then there's also the aspect of what range to give it, what damage to give it. Obviously going to be slashing type, how I want to handle that, because it's not going to have the slash damage over time effect. Well, it shouldn't have the damage slash over time effects. We don't normally use slash status, but maybe? Ongoing slash? Not to work with his 4th, but just as a thing. Could do that. That would be a nice, unique one, which will allow me to spread his damage out a bit. Remove the front loading. I like that, actually. Very Pathfinder of me. Yeah, Pathfinder having those ongoing effects, it's just smart, frankly. But yeah, I am going to do that with this one. Spreading that damage out rather than having it front loaded and at risk of being just too much of a blap, I think is the right choice here. So let's copy this down to give us the template for the spell block. You know what, I should probably just double site here. So Dark Verse is going to be a as yet undecided level void. Now this would evocation be right? You use restoration to close it off. You can use spells to enhance your saving throw. It's not going to be a condition, so lesser and greater restoration wouldn't apply, no. What? How did they describe it in Warframe, Dark Verse. What detail did they give? Dante's composition draws blood from nearby enemies, inflicting slash damage upon them. Draws... as far as descriptions go. Okay, well, let's see the options. We've got Abjuration, which it's definitely not. So that one is just there from Liveverse. It's not going to be a Illusion. It's not Divination. So that cuts out those ones. Oh, they're different schools of magic. I need the book. Yes, Cat, I'm grabbing things. Stop looking so concerned. She's probably coming down off the catnip. Anyway. Necromancy is definitely... Well, actually, I say that. Okay, let me get the section, because it's in the wizard book. Is it in wizard or spellcasting? Oh, spellcasting, here we are. So, conjuration spells involve the transportation of objects and creatures from one location to another. Some spells summon creatures or objects to cast aside. That's not this. Divination, no. Enchantment, no. Illusion, no. Evocation spells manipulate magical energy to produce a desired effect. That is so bland. I think evocation is just the end point if you run out of ideas. Necromancy spells manipulate the energies of life and death. Such spells can grant an extra reserve of life force, drain the life energy from another creature, create the undead, or even bring the dead back to life. It's not working with life and death in that regard. That would be more Lightverse, but that is definitely Abjuration. Liveverse is definitely Abjuration. And then we got Transmutations. Transmutation spells change the properties of a creature, object, or environment. No, we're not changing properties. So yeah, this one's going to have to be... if it's just cuttings, it's an evocation. No, Mecha Company. Making someone bleed is not changing in that sense. No. Yeah, this is a pure energy effect. We're not creating a cut. We're not transforming someone into a cut. That's not how that works. This is evocation. It's definitely siphoning life to harm. It's not siphoning life, though. Despite the description as you get on the wiki there, which says draws blood from nearby enemies, it's meaning draws blood in you cut them, they bleed. You miss catching these streams? Oh. Wouldn't Cloud of Daggers be the current alternative? No. Cloud of Daggers creates a literal cloud of daggers. So you have a manifested thing there, constantly cutting at them. Whereas this is more like a curse, if anything else. But it's not necromantic. I wouldn't go so far as to put it into a necromantic curse, so... No, evocation really is the best fit. Enchantment? Absolutely not. Enchantment doesn't mean the Skyrim enchantment or Minecraft enchantment. Enchantment is to co-opt the mind. You literally enchant a person. You're enchanting words. Siren song. So yeah, it's not that. Alright, one bonus action, because all these verses are bonus actions. This is going to be a range, self, and then out to... What kind of cone do I want on this? I mean, it's on a challenge 14, so I can make it big. 90-foot cone. That reaches out to 30 meters, which if we have a look at Dark Verse, it has a base range of 20 meters, but it has twice the cone width. So you know what? I think I'm justified. I could make it a cube, but that would be not as Dante, I think, at that point. I don't think a cube would... See, now I'm second guessing myself. I could do a cube. Do I do a cube? Or a cone? Long cone or shorter cube? Yeah, /. Drawing blood is an actual phrase. It doesn't mean to take blood from them to power the spell. It's meaning to either surgically remove the blood, this ain't surgical, or to cut someone that draws blood. Like when my cat has a go at me on the stairs, she occasionally draws blood when she manages to successfully hit me. Yeah. Cubal linear slashes versus kind of erratic slashes. I'm going to go with a cube because it changes the shape to be wider than a standard cone. And this is a pretty wide ability. And also because cubes are criminally underused. Cubes are the kind of thing that makes people go, wait, but I'm off to the side. And you go, yeah, but you're still in it. Like, I wasn't ready for this. So yeah, I'm going to go with a cube. So let's make this, instead of a 90-foot cone, a 60-foot cube. Now, if I know my areas correctly, that probably will still end up being... Will it be bigger? It's probably bigger. Because it goes from a triangle area, as cast on a map, of base 90, height 90, and up to, so that'd be an area of 40-50 to now. It is... No, that's going to be smaller, isn't it? Yeah, cones just keep on fucking going, don't they? Doesn't sound right. No, yeah. So it is a smaller area, doing it with a 60-foot cube rather than 90-foot cone. Close and devastating. I'm going to work with it. Alright, /. Yeah, let's go with that. King, I want to double check the list of enchantment spells. Been reminded my beef spellcasting in 5e. Yeah, this seems to be a common theme. Everyone knows 5e, and everyone who talks about 5e has beef with 5e. This is an exceptionally common theme. Anyway, drawing a vicious cross in the air. Before it, Dante casts out. Dante rends its foes. All non-friendly creatures in range. Do I keep line of sight on it? Yeah. All non-friendly creatures in range. No, actually, no. No line of sight. Or rather, it doesn't need to see. So I'm not going to say all non-friendly creatures in range it can see. So just all non-friendly creatures in range must make a... Now this, because it's not line of sight, should I go for Constitution to resist it? Yeah. Constitution saving throw. Objects that are neither worn nor carried in the area are also targeted automatically, failing the saving throw. Let's say unsecured objects, just so we don't destroy pillars. But unsecured objects are neither worn nor carried in the area are also targeted, automatically failing the saving throw. Alright, Ray, take care. Oh, Raven King, don't get any of us started. Solansi literally has a big dossier of issues with 5e. Don't get any of us started. Alright then, unsecured objects are neither worn nor carried in the area, also targeted, automatically failing save and throw. On a failed save, each target takes some amount slashing damage. And begins to bleed. Begins to continuously bleed. On a successful saving throw, no, not continuously bleed. Begins to no, don't have that, and is continuously. Oops, can't spell that again. Continuously. Cut by unseen forces. On a successful saving throw, a target, or each target takes half damage only, and does it half damage only, not suffering the ongoing effect. At the end of an affected creature's turn, it must repeat the saving throw. On a success, start with the fail. On a fail save, it takes the damage again and continues to be cut. On a successful save, the spell effect ends on it. Duration on this will be up to 1 minute. There we are. So it's not going to last forever. But, I mean, if you take the full minute, you're probably dead. Just saying. Alright, that's where I'm up to so far. I've gone through, like, a lot of tea, and it's been a long stream so far. We are not even close to done. So I'm going to be back in just a moment, chat. Don't you go anywhere. Gonna be right back. You also stay there, cat. Alright. Okay. Just coming back on this. With the question, I'll just pick spells. School, with proper arch types now, but like transmutation spells still exist. Alright. That's Pathfinder stuff. I'll leave you guys on that conversation. Yeah, it's a little separate. Okay, so with the Dark Verse, now I need to figure out the damage output. So, to figure out that, let's first look at what it can already do as Dante Master. So we have the cutting word. That's going to be doing a base 27 DPR. Let's assume it always uses that cantrip rather than the light word. I'm also going to want to have dark word in there. Yes. And dark word is basically just going to be better cutting word. I'm going to do half up front and half at DOT. Something like that, compy, yeah. Something like that. So let's plan the dark word cantrip. Because that needs to exist as well. That is crucial for the design I'm going for on the Prime. All of this is building towards the Prime. So, Dante sweeps oh, that's where it's at? Oh, yeah. Dante sweeps the area in front of it with a rending spell. Each creature in a 30-foot cube. Non-friendly. Gotta have that in there. Non-friendly. Warframes don't do friendly fire except in very specific circumstances. Each non-friendly creature in a 30-foot cube must make a Constitution saving throw, DC 19. On a failed save, each creature takes... And let's take the... Let's take the 2d8 of cutting word. Make this 2d10 on this. So it's slightly more enticing if we have got a good grouping. So yeah, 11 brackets 2d10. And that's the plan for now. We'll check afterwards if that's correct. Slashing damage. My only concern on this is that... Oh, also that was supposed to be 120 range. My only concern is 30-foot cube going to catch enough for it to do what I want it to do here? Considering the cutting word cantrip exists. I could give a rider ability to it. So on top of the slashing, it does something else. Is there a suitable condition I can give here? Probably not, really. It wouldn't be blinded, definitely not charmed, not deafened. Frightened, I don't want it to do that, quite frankly. Grappled, definitely not. Incapacitated, nope. Invisible, ha. Paralyzed, nope. Petrified, nope. Poisoned, it's not poison. Prone, no. Restrained, no. Stunned, definitely not. Unconscious, no. Exhaustion would be ridiculous for a cantrip. I could give it slowed. So if it helps, remember the aggro I've had with 20-foot cube spells, so it would be easy to deal with. Are you referencing to how the Warframes just bullet jumps out of your areas? Which, well, that's Warframes bullet jumping out of your areas. They're supposed to be able to do that kind of thing. I could give slowed as the effect. Dark word, slashing damage, and also slowed. Because I think it staggers enemies in the game, doesn't it? Yeah, it staggers enemies, so we could go with slow. Especially as it is a Constitution saving throw. Also dot 2, not for a cantrip, no. Cantrips shouldn't be complicated. So I'm going to go with slowed, just to give it something different to the cutting word there. Which poison was a real condition that did things? What? A poison creature is disadvantaged on attack rolls and ability checks. What? Raven King, what are you smoking? Anyway, on a failed save, each creature takes 11 slashing damage and becomes slowed until the start of Dante's next turn. And 1 damage over time, but that would be poison, not poisoned. It would be poison damage over time. The distinction is to give the poisoned condition itself a separate thing, because conditions don't do damage. They're conditions. Okay, so with this as the current setup, I'm going to assume that Cutting Word is the actual damage and cantrip used, which comes out to 27 damage, rather than Dark Word, which would be on average hitting 2 creatures for 22 rather than 27. Works for encounter design. I'm not going to break that mold right now. If you want damage over time, looking at acid damage spells like Mel's Acid Arrow or Vigilant Sphere, yeah, fair enough. We're not looking at it right now. Right then, so... ...27 damage per round, basic there, and Noctua, I don't have to upgrade beyond 4th level, which might be for the best, given everything else that's about to be going on here. We've got 27 damage per round, automatic from that, multiplied by 3, or just 27 out of our budget. Our budget, for Challenge 14 would be a standard 70. I want to bring that up then to probably 85. I think. Well, let me see. What's the standard outlay on this? So we're down 15 hit points over standard. That's not actually that much. It's not even 10% on the hit points. And the AC is also not down that much. So yeah, we don't need to go crazy on the damage increase. 70 per round. 85 I think would be my limit. 80 to 85 is where I want it to be. Yeah. Yo! Dalen Argentus, thank you very much for subscribing with your Prime. Welcome to the channel proper. Enjoy the lovely blue sub badge, your remotes, your access to the Supporter D Lounge, that's a premium channel on my Discord, and no more ads for you. Cheers, dude. Oh. Cheers on that. Okay. If I'm looking at an aim of about 80-ish damage per round, and we're getting 27 per round from that cantrip, 80 minus 27, we've got 53 to work with. In terms of the damage output enhancements then in our spells, I don't know why I'm scrolling, I've lost my place now. That was dumb. Alright, here we are. The Noctua spell at 4th level is doing, what's that, 7, 14, 35 per cast. Excuse me. 35 per cast, plus it's enhancing the damage by 2 on everything that deals with it. If we assume that we use both casts of Noctua at the moment, that would be giving us 70 damage from Noctua. And then we have 3 casts of Cutting Word, which will all be enhanced by Noctua. So that is 3 lots of 27, plus 3 lots of 2 3 times over. So our total damage at the moment is 169. I'm aiming for 240-ish. Yeah, 240 to 250. Which means we've got a lot of latitude there to work with for Dark Verse. If I don't increase the power of any spell so far. I could have Dark Verse do then, let's see. Yeah, about 7... No. Yeah, about 70 damage. Assume it hits 2 creatures. I think is the assumption we should be working on. Yo, Verse and Word confused? Easy to do. I know it's weird putting the smaller thing on the bigger action, but it's necessary for spellcasting reasons. Because you can cast a bonus action spell and an action cantrip, but you can't cast a bonus action cantrip and an action spell. So that's why I'm doing that. There's no music command, it's actually just me using Windows Media Player. But this is the track called Interlude. It is from the Stream Beats Ambient playlist. We've just had the Ambient playlist running this entire stream. All the way through. Okay, so if I've got a 70 damage budget to work with, split that in half, it's 35 on the creatures. Assuming we hit 2 creatures. We're also assuming we're going to hit again on a second turn. Now, because of the way the saves work out on that, it's kind of like hitting 3 creatures. So 70 should actually be split by 3. 69 split into 3. Again, nice. We can work with that. But I should also assume there's going to be some damage enhancement in it. We'll take that out afterwards. So 69 divided by 3, then minus the damage enhancement of 2. And one can expect we're looking at 21 damage hit. Which incidentally looks like it's the same as Noctua's. I think, no, yeah, Noctua at 4th level hits for that same damage. But this deals damage over time. So, because it has that increased lasting effect, would that... but it still feels like it's a 4th level spell. Maybe. A 60-foot cube versus like the Fireball... Fireball's overtuned, but Fireball being a 40-foot radius sphere, if I recall. Is it 40 or 20, actually? That's a very important distinction I'm going to check. $20-foot. Never mind. I was very wrong on that. Whoops. Good thing I checked. Okay, then this cube is a lot bigger than Fireball. Doesn't spread around corners, but it is a lot bigger. Which is good. That feels good. So it's a lot bigger area. The damage of Fireball is an average of... That's 86, that's 4 lots of 7, that's 28. This, we're aiming at like 21. It's slightly weaker in that regard, but this has an ongoing effect. This is definitely a more powerful Fireball. A Fireball is 3rd level, we've got the greater area 4th level, we've got the bonus action 5th level. Yeah, I'm happy to call Dark First a 5th level. And I'm happy to go with that 21 average damage. Now, 21 average damage we can get from 66. A very clean die roll we can put in there. Each target takes 21, that is 66, slashing damage, and is continuously cut by unseen forces. On a successful saving throw, each target takes half damage only, not suffering the ongoing effect. At the end of an affected creature's turn, it must repeat the saving throw. On a failed save, it takes the damage again and continues to be cut. On a successful save, the spell effect ends on it. On a successful save, it takes no damage, and the spell effect ends on it. Just to be clear to the DM, the save means not half, 0. There we are, that's good. I do think that is in a good spot then. So let's just rerun the mathematics on that because I've made some major mistakes today. So let's make sure that's not bad. Could you use Dispel Magic? Mecha Compy, could you use Dispel Magic to counter it? Could you? Unbound Power. Dante's spells, once successful, are immune to being dispelled. Oh, yes, indeed. That is intentional game design right there, because Dante's actual Warframe passive doesn't work. Because what's status chance? What's scanning? So instead, I took the fact that most of his features don't get killed by Violence's silence. It doesn't shut down what he does. So if Violence Silence doesn't shut him down, just prevents him casting new stuff, then that means he can be counterspelled, but not dispelled. So there we are. That's his passive. I know that's going to apply in different parts to other Warframes as well, but this is the fruit of my research into Dante. I'm not just looking at big overguard number, guy go //. I'm looking at all the details. And yes, this does make it very mean, and that is intended. It's a Warframe. You're bad for me later stream? It's fine. Don't worry about it. I know it's very small text on the screen. Like, I would not be able to read that if I couldn't zoom in properly. Okay, so, this is a minute-long one, so it will last for a maximum of 10 turns. If somehow someone doesn't save the entire time, they're going to take an average of 210 damage from a 5th level spell. But that means failing the saving throw all that time. And you should be failing that saving throw all that time. I mean, you know, what's the saving throw? It's a DC 19. That's only slightly problematic, right? But it is a Constitution saving throw, so pretty much everyone should have at least a point or two into it at that point. If you're up against a challenge rating 14 Master Warframe and you don't even have a single point in Con, you wanted to die, right? Like, that's asking to die. Just like my cat is asking to leave. One moment. Yes, I shut the door because it's getting colder outside. Come on, Mia. Don't shake your head at me. Get out. That cat is a meanie. How late are you thinking of going, actually? Oh, you've said to the house yourself. Time in mind, or still Dante's done? Till Dante's done. I was up till late last night working on stuff related to this as well. So, until it's done. Fortunately, you need to sleep. That's absolutely fine, Solomon. You have yourself a wonderful rest. We'll catch you in the next one. Cat, you just left the room. Don't scratch the door saying you want to come in. The door's not even fully shut. You can open it. Cats. Want to say for the way to VIP? Nice. Everyone should all have at least +5 because we all appreciate our local paladins. There is that. Paladins do help. It's a cat. Yeah, I know. Okay. Right then. Other changes to Dante Master. So Dante Master is supposed to have 2 saving throw proficiencies. So let's put those in here. Saving throws. I didn't even get the V in. What the hell is wrong with me? Colons cause deformatting. So we've already got the whiz in there. I'm going to make the int save proficiency as well because it's a wizard. It makes sense. So it'll be int plus 11, whiz plus 7. Boom, there we are. Oh, I see. I see, Umbrella. I see. That makes sense. Fair do. Right. I think I can see why this was... Oh, gods. Is that formatted to be across to make it easy to read? I think it was. You know, that makes plenty of sense. I should probably do that going forwards. Anyway, so we got the saving throws, got the skills, got the passives. Blah, blah, blah. Passive perception is supposed to change to a 12. There we go. The skill stats are supposed to all be 11s. Did I just not do this section? I don't think I did. Okay. Oh yeah, because the skill should be added as well. I'm not going to add a skill. I'm going to add a proficiency. Canonically, Dante is all about history, so we'll make this a 16. Expertise in history. Doesn't help him in combat, but it's thematic, and that's fun. Oh, I see, Umbrella, I see. Fair enough. Fair enough. I understand. Right, that should be good as is. He's got 1 cast of Dark Verse, 1 cast of Light Verse, 2 casts of Noctua. He's got his cantrips. They should be sufficient as is. And then the gauntlets, let's make sure those have the right stats. Yep. Cool. Do I do anything with the gauntlets to give him more on that? I could... You don't need to slam the... Oh my goodness gracious. You can tell I oiled the hinge on that. You've gotten used to slamming your way through the door, haven't you? Hello. Hello. Alright. Yes, I know. I've not finished stream yet. It's so confusing. I'm being told by a cat I should finish stream. No. Sit. Come on. Sit. No. Sit. That's it. Good girl. Sit down. Sit. No, not purr. Sit. I know she understands me. She just chooses not to listen. That's it. Sit. I know you understand. Sit. Good girl. Good girl. She is sat. I will have order. Right then, on to Dante Prime. And Dante Prime is going to need a whole page to himself. So, I think, yeah, I am done with the Master one there. It's close to full power, but it's missing a lot of details. You might be like, oh, it's not all the way there yet. Yeah, the Prime is where it really comes online. The Prime is where it gets absolutely chocker in terms of detail. Dante Prime. I need this to be a double wide. Let's ask it for a sample double wide. PHP monster wide monster block. Okay, yeah, I know what to do then. Cool. There we are. What level is Dark Verse bonus action? Oh, thank you. As a 5th level spell. There it is. Alright then. So, let's first do all the base stats, because these are the easy bits to do. The armor class is going to go up to a 17. We'll figure out what... Yeah, the armor probably won't change. The strength... That is climbing to a 16. That is simple. Dexterity is climbing to a 20. Most of these are just going to be +2s across the board. So yeah, that's a +2 to the con, +2 to the int. They get a lot of ASIs do Warframes. The wisdom, 16 for +3. And the charisma. Charisma I'm going to whack up to 18 +4. Just a little extra stat. One teeny tiny bit of a boost to bring him up to there. Right then, if I have a look at Wispy, we go saving throws, skills, damage resistances, condition immunities. Right then. Still getting used to the flow on that. So, saving throws, skills, we'll come back to those in just a moment. Damage resistances, whatever they come out to be, and condition immunities. Right then. Damage resistances for Dante. Damage resistances, I'm going to say... I mean, slashing is the obvious one, because he does a lot of slashing, but I don't want to give him total physical resistance. It's all bludgeoning, piercing, slashing. Just slashing, however, is very restrictive. He does also do bludgeoning and radiant, and the radiant has the scalar on it. Yeah, I'll go radiant. Yeah. Damage resistances, slashing, radiant. Condition immunities, prone and restrained is the standard amount for Prime Warframes. I don't think I have reason to give him anything different beyond that. None of his kit suggests to me he needs others. So we'll leave him there for now. Saving throws, int, whiz, and you know what? We could go with the strength, we could go dex, constitution, or charisma. Charisma seems like the correct approach, but it would give him purely mental saving throws, none physical. He doesn't currently use concentration for anything, and I'm loath to add that at this point in time. I might do, but... and if I added the con save, that'd just feel a bit cheap, to be honest. Also, this is 19, this is 22,000, that's a +6. So... it's not going to be a strength save. Dex would be more defensive than he deserves. Con save doesn't really fit. It has to be a charisma save. It just has to be. Arcana, I'm going to make now expertise, which will give total 19 in Arcana, 19 in history, and a 13 in investigation. Can you think of a better Warframe to have +19 Arcana, +19 history? I can't. This is the guy who should have those. The bullet jump. Now, once per turn, Dante may turn a jump into a bullet jump. Jumping as if he had a run up and able to cover 3 times the distance, because all primes get the upgrade to their bullet jump. Which means with his +3 bonus, he got 18 vertical. And horizontal is 48 feet. His speed should also go up as well, because otherwise he's going to be a little bit lacking. Did I do the hit points? Nope, not done the hit points yet. Whoopsies. The hit points should be in the ballpark of 270, which for a con of 17 is 36 d8. Plus, and then that's con of 3 modifier, 36. I'm just going to calculate that. 108. I knew that. There we are. So that is basic stats down. Hurricane Resolve, once it's used this feature 3 times, it may not do so again until it completes a short or long rest. Unbound Power is the same. Void Powers, the spell save DC on its abilities is 21. There we go. Let's upgrade that on all the cantrips, which are supposed to have 21s on them. There we are. Cutting Word. Do I extend that to 4? Yeah, it's extended to 4. It should just throw out the 4. 4, and then 4 creatures you can see within 150 feet. Light Word is going to offer a 48 temporary hit points, but that's all. Which is going to bring that up only to 18. It's a very weak cantrip, but it's a defensive cantrip, so it's not one he should be able to call on all that often. So that works out. Actually, it's not even that weak, considering it's a bloody cantrip and it's AoE. It's just 30-foot range is all. Darkwood cantrip. Let's increase the damage on you to 3d10 on a whim and see what happens. Shouldn't be anything disastrous. This is going to do 9, 18, 36, and this now has a base of 32 if it hits 2 creatures. Yeah, that's balanced. Cool. So far, so good, chat. So far, so good. Now things are going to get a little bit interesting. Final verse. Number of uses. I will decide on that. Dante casts Final Verse as a something 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 level spell. It must have cast two spells yeah, it must have cast at least 2 spells or 1 spell twice from colon light word, dark word, Light verse, dark verse. I should say why we're stipulating this. In order to cast final verse, it must blah blah blah. And put the italics on all of these because they are spell names. And full stop. Final verse. Dante casts final verse as a whatever level spell. In order to cast final verse, it must have cast at least 2 spells, or 1 spell twice, from light word, dark word, light verse, dark verse. And I should say since its last cast. Since its previous cast of this spell, it must have then cast at least 2 spells, or 1 spell twice, from those 4. There we are. Okay. That's going to give the action. That declares where it's going to come in. We can point to the spell as well, which will have the action beyond that. You might be thinking that that's still a little bit too restrictive, and I agree. We want more final verses, because at this point in time, he could do, say, dark verse, light word, or light verse, dark word, but then he can't use the final verse, and he's going to have to wait until another turn to do that. And then the final verse is as an action, and it's a spell, so we can't get a bonus action out. And I wonder if that's not quite enough, especially if he wants to cast lots of dark. He could do dark verse, dark word, but then next time he comes around to it, he's out of dark verses, so he's just got dark word cantrips. That's going to take an action each time. That would be 3 turns to get out the next double dark verse. And that's a long time. That is a long time. So that is where I could use some slightly weird legendary actions. What if Dante could cast Dark Word and Light Word, perhaps at reduced values, as legendary actions? That might get a bit of work done. That gives him the freedom then to follow up with repeated final verses. That allows him to be really intricate. He can use the big verses how he wishes to, and then, between turns, throw in those words to switch around the final verse, to change the nature of the incantation he's bringing together. I think that would be most interesting. Oh, it's D&D? Yes. Does it not say that on the stream? Yeah, it says. Yeah, it's D&D. So, we need to go capital legendary actions. And for this, I'm actually going to find a legend and copy the legendary action wordy schmurdiness. There we go. Copy. Paste. The Dante has access to legendary actions which can be used between turns up to 3 times. At the end of a creature's turn, select one of the options below. The Dante regains spent legendary actions at the start of its turn. Usually read not. Yeah, fair enough. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Turning Dante into a D&D Warframe. We are nearing completion. I won't say nearly, but nearing completion of this one. So, it has option 1. It's going to be a light utterance. Dante casts light word, affecting only itself. So, light word, Dante casts a protective ward in a shimmering ring before itself. Dante and its allies within 30 feet gain so many temporary hit points. With this, it's only going to affect Dante. It doesn't continuously go pulse of temporary hit points, which allows me to make it only cost 1 action. I'm downpowering the cantrip a bit. Obviously, as a solo monster, it's not going to see any drop in power, which makes it a better boss monster. I might be wrong about this, but it feels like this creates the right level of balancing danger. So, Dark Utterance. You guessed it, Dante casts Dark Word. Creating only one page. Shouldn't be another one. Creating only one page and targeting only one creature. Feels like it meets the conditions while making those reactions both interactive and interesting. That's what I'm going for. I'll have to check the numbers afterwards. I might have to backtrack this entire plan. I hope not. But putting this together, I think this should make it beautiful. But what can I do for the third legendary action? Legendary actions come in threes, unless you've got a Remaster. She's a weird case. Well, for legendary action number 3, Ruvox Redux. Because I think that just sounds fun to say. Ruvox Redux. I think Cutting Word was mixed with Dark Word, was it? Oh, yes. Shit. You're right. Dalen, you are very right. Bollocks. That's a problem. Shit. I have a solution. Huh? Dante casts Dark Word, targeting only one creature in range. Haha! Everything is awesome. Dallin, thank you very much on that. I missed that entirely. That's my bad. Okay, Ruvox Redux. Dante makes one attack with its Ruvox. Come on, let's... Boop boop. Italicize because it's a major action. There we go. That should work so far. So now I actually need to make final verse. I'm surprised that Noctua, Light Verse, and Dark Verse have just about fit onto one column of the page. Yeah. Question for actual Warframe. Where are the best places to farm Orokin cells? When you're leveling up items, level them up on Helene Defense. And then you'll be also just passively gaining Orokin cells from the loot drops there, because Orokin cells drop a lot on Saturn. Failing that, you can run the Saturn Assassination mission against is it Sargus Rook? So that's also another good one there. Deimos also drops Orokin cells. I don't know if this applies in the labs. But yeah, Deimos drops Orokin cells, but not that commonly in comparison, is my understanding. Saturn is meant to be a higher tier, if I recall correctly. Yeah, not in the labs, yeah. But Saturn is pretty much the go-to when it comes to the Orokin cells, I would say. So, as much as you can focus your missioning in that direction, you'll end up passively gaining it as well. Yeah, that's about the long and short on that one. I never struggled for Orokin cells because I leveled so many things there rather than Sanctuary Onslaught. Still saying, Ceres are found to be fairly reliable. Also get extractors to set up passive income per day on those planets. True, yes. Extractors also a good idea. It won't give you Orokin cells all the time, but when it does, you just go, huh. That saves me some trouble right there. That was actually real nice. And they're easy to do. Okay. Let's copy all of this. Bring it to the next tier. Final verse. So this is going to be a something level void. This has to be conjuration. Because it predominantly conjures things. So it's a conjuration. So this is going to be one action. Range. Do they all have the same range? Let's think. So we've got light and light, protective ward. Light then dark to hit the mark. That's the buck. Dark then light. Owls take flight. Dark and dark. Deathmost Stark. Yeah, all of that can have the same range. That's workable. 25 meter base. Okay, so in D&D terms, 25 meters multiplied by into feet would come to roughly 80 feet. 80 feet doesn't sound fun enough. 80 feet sounds boring. 200 feet. That's a little bit better. We'll figure it all out. Duration will leave at a solid 1 minute for everything we're doing. Dante concludes the incantations. Incantations, I know that word. Dante concludes the incantations woven between its many spells. Built up energies from such concentrated void influence. I'm just throwing words together, I'll be honest. The built up energy from such concentrated void influence produce an effect dependent on the what would we give? It's not colour. We're going light and dark. I don't want to say brightness. That doesn't feel right. On the alignment? Alignment is a thing in D&D. I don't know if I can say alignment. That might confuse people. The not nature. Polarity? That just sounds sci-fi. Oh, what can I use here for meaning if it's light or dark? In this particular context, the built-up energies from such concentrated void influence produce an effect dependent on the school. It's not school, because they have different schools. Tone. Conjunction? What? On the conjunction of them? No. That doesn't fit. Conjunction is the combining, but we're not talking about the combining, but the what's being combined. I'm stuck on the word for that one. Alignment feels like one of the nicer ones for it, and it's bloody taken. Oh, I'm going to do this. It's the laziest of all things. I'm going to open a bloody thesaurus. Thesaurus. I can't spell thesaurus. Thesaurus, and what was the closest one? Alignment or polarity? Let me see what I find with polarity. Thesaurus, polarity. No, okay. Alignment. Otherwise, I might need to go for something like nature. Orientation. What? Joining? No, again, we're not talking about the joining of them still, but what's being joined. So it's the built-up energy from such concentrated void influence produce an effect dependent on the type of joined things. Type of things being brought together. Arrangement, calibration, order. Order is... I mean, it's technically right, but it's not what I'm looking for. Alignment, array, classification, too scientific. Rank, incorrect. Display, disposition. Disposition! Yeah, polarity I wrote off as too sci-fi, but disposition is not type the verses, because we're also using words. I'm partial to disposition for two reasons. One, it kind of fits, and two, it's another way to weave in a Warframe word in a different way because it can't exist. Riven disposition. So disposition, I like that. The built-up energies from such concentrated void influence produce an effect dependent on the disposition of the previous verse words or verses cast before it. Resolve. No, it's just. For example, if the last 3 spells. No. If the. Only takes. Yeah, this only takes into account cast of. And then the ordering of them: light word, light verse, dark word, and dark verse. Other spells have no effect. Based on the last 2 of these spells cast, the following effect takes hold. There we go. New line. So in bold, we've got light plus light, double dash, triumph. Do I want double dash? Is that going to work for me? What about? Not a plus then. Light and light creates triumph. I don't like that. None of that formatting looks nice. I'm going to try this a different way entirely. Triumph. Brackets light and light. Yeah, I prefer that way. Okay, triumph. Whew. So this is one that's going to give a hell load of protective hit points out there, and have a bit of restoration to it as well. So, triumph, light and light. Dante and any number. No. Yeah. Dante and any number of allies it can see within range share a pool. That's how I keep it balanced. Share a pool of temporary hit points between them. And that pool distributed as Dante sees fit. So the amount pool of unknown, we'll figure that out in a moment. Yeah, triumph. Dante and any number of allies it can see within range share a pool of, say, like 50 temporary hit points between them, distributed as Dante sees fit. Now, the recovery on this in Warframe is whenever you land a killing blow or assist, you regenerate a bit. But if we're relying on killing blows, that's going to basically only happen if the party's going down, which is, you know, that's failure cascade territory. So the question is, I can go about this many different ways. I can have no regeneration. That's the easiest route. We can have regeneration on critical hits, but they don't come up a lot with spellcasters. We can have regeneration on hits, but they can come up too much with spellcasters. We could have regeneration on knocking something to 0 hit points, but that starts to lead into failure cascade or irrelevance, depending on if it's winning or losing. I'm tempted to just go with doesn't. Just straight up, you get those temporary hit points, and that's the job. What about regeneration after using a bonus action? That's not a terrible shout. Considering most of the other powerful stuff is on said bonus action, yeah. Special crit range regarding that spell's effects only. But Triumph isn't supposed to give crit range. Triumph is purely defensive. Oh, speaking of which, I need to put in the... while a creature has temporary hit points in this spell, it's immune to all of these conditions. That needs to be there. I could do something really, really out there. While this spell is in effect... No, while affected by this spell... If the creature would gain additional temporary hit points, they add to their existing temporary hit points. Much like how we, somewhat anomalously, are gaining Overguard, which is not really a thing seen before. A regeneration of Overguard. It's not shields after all, but that's what happens. So very anomalous effects there. In on a roll of 17 to 20 happens, some X is regenerated. Again... spellcasters don't tend to make the attacks to have that happen. When you cast a spell with a saving throw, the other person is rolling. And it just becomes a little bit more unbalanced. Singular saving throws versus potential, like, many attacks. Or many saving throws in an AoE spell. It's all a bit wibbly-wobbly at that point. But this condition of being able to stack temporary hit points... That could be... that could be a bit. While a creature is under the Triumph effect, when it would gain temporary hit points... Well, it already has some. It may add those totals together rather than choosing the higher amount. That feels like a devastatingly strong ability. That feels like a final verse worthy of 20,000 goddamn Overguard. That's terrifying. Primes are supposed to be terrifying. Okay. This brings us on to now. So we've got light and light. Let's do the light and dark next. Light then dark. Hit your mark. That is the book. Word Warden. And yes, I have these little rhymes to remember which one is which. Light and light will be alright. Light and dark, you hit your mark. Dark then light, the owls take flight. Dark and dark, it's death most stark. So, light and dark. Oh, I should mention the order matters, I suppose. It's obvious in putting it together. Alright then, Word Warden, light and dark. Actually, see, I've been stuck on what I could do with Word Warden and with the owls and with the tragedy. But I could cut one of them. One for space reasons, because I'm using up a lot of this page. So I could cut one of them. And then have light and light, light and dark, dark and dark, and it doesn't matter about the order then. For simplicity for the DM. More than anything there. cut down the options to consider, cut down the amount of word count, cut down the paperwork in general. Combine two? That's what yeah, take it out and then can rehash on that idea. Because what I could do is tragedy and the owls kind of combine together. Because tragedy is the one that doesn't really fit. Tragedy doesn't fit because there aren't damage over time effects. I know that I've created one on Dark Verse, but it still doesn't have the right fit. It's very Warframe is that one, for ongoing status effects and to collapse them. So I might make it where Word Ward is the light and dark, and then dark and dark is the owls. And tragedy is the one that tragically cannot be included. I think that might be necessary. Yeah, there's potential for DM overload, too many options, trying to figure out how to bring it all together, and without DOT options, all tragedy can be is just a damaging burst. Yeah. Or if they accidentally cast light dark in the wrong order. Exactly, yeah. I think keeping it simpler, going light and light, light and dark, dark and dark. If you go light and dark or dark and light, it fits. Which is why I don't have to specify order, we don't have to go through that. Yeah. I think that's necessary. So I'm going to do that. Okay, so we keep Word Warden. Word Warden is going to create copies of the spell book. Let's roll with that. So, Word Warden, light and dark. Spectral copies of Dante's spellbook appear hovering. No. Yeah. Appear orbiting close to Dante and its allies in range. 200 feet might be excessive, but fuck it. It's supposed to be scary at this point. It's supposed to land. Spectral copies of Dante's spellbook appear orbiting close to Dante and its allies in range. When an affected creature deals damage for the first time on its turn, keeping it limited, and this also leans into how it actually works in Warframe because the fire rate is limited there too. Fun fact, I tested that extensively. When an affected creature deals damage for the first time on its turn, the spellbook follows up the attack, follows up the damage with a cast of, yeah, cutting word, yeah. Cutting word. It launches one page only at a single target. Now, that itself may not seem like a lot, and it probably isn't, because if we got, say, just two people, if it's Dante Prime and one minion or something, that's going to be 2 lots of damage each. 2 hits if they both pull them off, which means it's going to be 98 only each time, so it's 18 damage per round out of this. Over the course of a minute, that could get up to a total of 180 damage. That's not a lot. Whereas with a lot of creatures in range, that could get insane. I don't like that. I've written it and I don't like it. I could limit it to just Dante and one ally in range. If Dante doesn't have an ally, that's what he gets for being alone. We could go spectral copies of Dante's spell appear orbiting close to Dante and one ally of its choice in range. And one ally of its choice in range. Then, when Dante or that ally deals damage for the first time on its turn, the spellbook follows up the damage with a cast of Cutting Word. It launches. Now I can make that 2 pages. It launches 2 pages at the same target. So unlike the normal Cutting Word, which is spread, that one will be a double hit. And this limits it to only going to be 4. So I was going to say a bunch of spells at high levels can target a bunch of creatures, screw up to 5 wanted. If they're minions, get very prize, it draws more threats to the board. Yeah. What I can do is I can then also put on a... at the start of Dante's turn, it can it can choose a different ally to have the second spellbook. So if that one gets obliterated, it just moves it to a new one. And if it thinks the other one's in a bad spot, fuck it, to move it to one that's in a good spot for using it. I think giving it that moving option would be it there. And have that at the start of its turn freely. Because otherwise, the power of this spell varies too much on the number of creatures in the fight. And I feel that can swing it too much. I want to try and constrain the nature of this ability a bit. So that I can get away with a 200-foot range, basically. Yeah. It should work. And then it comes down to then the damage numbers, which we can check at the end. So, double line. At the start of each of Dante's turns, it may select a new ally in range, moving the spellbook, the spectral spellbook, no, not moving, teleporting the spectral spellbook from the previous ally to the new one. That should work. Spectral copies of Dante's spellbook appear orbiting close to Dante and one ally of its choice within range. When Dante or that ally deals damage for the first time on its turn, the spellbook follows up the damage with a cast of Cutting Word. It launches 2 pages at the same target. At the damaged target. At the same damage target. I'll specify both. At the start of each of Dante's turns, it may select a new ally in range, teleporting special spellbook from a previous ally to the new one. Okay, because it lasts a minute, that should be sufficient. And then the third one we said was going to be what was it called again? For the paragrams is page flight. Which is weird because they're not pages, but sure, why not? This will be the dark and dark variant replacing tragedy. Sigils in Dante's spellbook erupt forward, erupt from it and animate as 3 spectral owl companions. They are owls. I'm sticking with the 3 for now, just because that's what it happens in game. We can trigger it from there as needs be. I could give this a Bane-like effect. Because their vulnerability to status chance, that is functionally a Bane-style effect, isn't it? Could do that. Damage, Bane, bits, blah blah blah. What if I made it a combi Bane magic missile? Each bird will hit, each bird will deal damage, and each bird will apply the Bane. Given how Tragedy, which we're replacing here, goes through all obstacles, is just going to smack. For a high level spell, combining 2 low level ones into a more guaranteed effect. That might be a little bit too mean, and that makes me want to do it more. That genuinely makes me want to do it more. Yeah. On casting and at the start of each of its turns, Dante may direct the owls to swoop at the same or different creatures in range. Is that clear? They should be 1 each. I don't know if that's clear. Dante may direct the owls to each swoop. No, to each swoop at a creature in range. The owls may target the same or different creatures. That's clearer. Each targeted creature takes 2d. So that's going to be 2d4 plus 2, which is going to be 5, 6, 7, 7. Brackets 2d4 plus 2 force damage. I'm going to make the Bane effect only on saving throws. And do I make it a d4 or higher, d6? If more than one owl targets it, it becomes d68. There we are. And each target creature takes 7 force damage automatically. Just to be clear, no saving throw. The affected creature... if the affected creature makes any saving throws before the start of Dante's next turn, which is when he resets and directs it to new ones. So if the affected creature makes any... if an affected creature makes any saving throws before the start of Dante's next turn, depends how many turns it lasts for too, is also in the power of the ability. So this ability is set to be 1 minute. Can't be dispelled, so it's like, you want to counter this. It will continuously have this effect, but it is relatively low damage for such a high level spell. It's going to hit. It's just so spread out over time, but it kind of keeps up the threat. This is someone you want to take out so these spells end. I should specify, actually, in its feature that it can't be dispelled. Can't be dispelled other than by killing Dante. I'm going to put that in the passive in a moment. So yeah, if an affected creature makes any saving throws before the start of Dante's next turn, it must roll a d4 and subtract the result from the roll, from the save. Also combined with other threats on the board, such as spellcasters. Yep, which is kind of the intent. Dante is partially a supporter in that regard, so that makes sense. Makes a roll. He forced to subtract the result from the save. If the creature was targeted by more than one owl, the die it must roll increases to D6 with 2 owls or D8 with 3 owls, which means you can hard target someone and force them to roll a D8 and subtract that from their save. Now granted, that's not as powerful as 3 D4s going out to 3 different creatures, it's just hard targeting one of them. Oh, Mr. Shoemaker, good luck with that. That's a lot. That's a lot of ducats you'd be farming to get everything Barrow has ever brought. Good God. You have fun with that. That'll be a goal that'll keep you occupied for quite some time. Very much so. Plan to calculate the best way to min-max the farm. Capture fishers and just go for it. As it's going to come down to human endurance at that point. So, capture fishers and just go. Okay, let's see on this again. So, sigils in Dante's... That needs an apostrophe. Sigils in Dante's spellbook erupt from it and animate as 3 spectral owl companions. On casting, and at the start of each of its turns, Dante may direct the owls to each swoop at a creature in range. The owls may target the same or different creatures. Each targeted creature takes 7, that is 2d4 plus 2, force damage automatically. If an affected creature makes any saving throws before the start of Dante's next turn, it must roll a d4 and subtract the result from the save. If the creature was targeted by more than one owl, the die it must roll increases to d6 with 2 owls or d8 with 3 owls. Average 1,003 ducats a day if you calculate with 105 days. 1,003 ducats a day. Okay, and I think I said that you can get, like, in a average public fish, was it like not even 40 ducats average? Hold on. Let me get my sheets. Relics. Maybe I put under a different name. Relic opening math. Typical group. 1 rad and 3 ins. 46.8 ducats per run. Average. With standard relics. That's not even counting former relics. So 1,003 divided by that, I said 46.8. I'm just going to go 46 for rounding off. That would be 22 fishers in ideal standard circumstances. I mean, that's not terrible, actually. That's not terrible. But you'd be doing that every single day with ideal setups. So it's not unassailable. I'll tell you that. It's not unassailable, but it does mean you'll be spending, looking at that, probably about 150 hours. 150 to 200 hours, depending on human inefficiency and loading times. 150 to 200 hours to do that. Which is a little bit wild, just putting it out there. Yeah. It's not terrible considering the days you could do more. There is that. I will not advise it on the basis of that's planning a 3-figure hour project of farming. So for due diligence of one's own mental health and well-being, I don't advise it. However, I can't stop you. That is all. Okay, we'll come back to the numbers on page flight and the others in a moment to make sure they are well set. The other thing that I'll note is that Dante may have more than one final verse effect active at once, but cannot use the same... Oh, no. If it casts the same effect that is already active, the current effect instantly vanishes. There we are. So you can have Word Warden and Page Flight, but if you recast Page Flight, the previous Page Flights are gone. Okay, that should be good. So, casting amounts. I'm tempted to give him... I'm tempted to give him all 3. I'm really sorely tempted to give him 3 casts of it. My very quick Warframe question. I've been having a bunch of them, Evie. Go right ahead. 3 per short rest. Bratton Incarnon, Vandalor Prime. Easy answer. For all the Incarnons, Prime is the answer, unless you have something specific you are going for. That to get more than one final verse active, the effects end if you activated that effect again. At a time, I like that. So that may have more than one final verse effect active at a time. The effects end if you activated that effect again. Yeah, that is a better way of putting it. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, Campo. Alright, the effects end if he activates... I won't go for the past term. The effects end if he activates that effect again. There we are. Is that okay if I call you Ken? A lot of people do. Ken, Kengineer, or the Kengineer, all 3 work. Yeah, fair do, Cambo, fair do. Mr. Bacon, this Warframe D&D looks really great, even though most of it is Chinese to me because I don't know much about D&D. That's fine. I mean, if you ever wanted to get into D&D, you always can, because there are always people looking for more players, and there are always players looking for more DMs. DMs are a really rare resource, so if you wanted to put in the effort to become one, absolutely go for it, but I'd recommend try being a player first. The only downside to that is, of course, finding people to play with. Looks like the same scammer tried to scam both of us. Oh, you were over on Clover's. Oh, fun times. I called them out and they laughed. Well, laugh all you like. It's still obvious as sin to anyone with half a brain cell. I don't know when they started with this approach of going, hi, I hope this aren't a bother. Don't know if this is weird. I just, I saw something and, well, I wanted to say, this and that, and let me eventually get around to the point. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, just say what you want to say. Anyone who acts like that should just walk into the sea, please. Just walk into the sea. If you are the kind of person to reach out to someone and go, hi, next message when they finally respond, the person you're bothering, can I ask you a question? You fucking just did over the course of 2 messages. Ask. Kindly. Anyone who acts like that, you look like a scammer in the ocean. Be gone with you. No, you can't. That's the thing, Mirror Lab, is like, from social convention, if someone goes, can I ask you a question? And they're being generally nice about it, supposedly nice about it. I'm challenging this attempt at a convention. If they are appearing nice about it, then you would be the bad person to go, no, you may not. By social convention. And that is exactly the convention that these scammers are preying upon to try and build a false rapport and get someone invested in the conversation to then drag them into whatever stupid scheme they've got going on this time. When this person tries to scam people that don't play CSGO. Well, here's the thing. I do have CSGO on my games list. I never actually opened it, but it's there. I don't remember what it got there. So it could be they were cross-referencing that to target, but if you don't have it on your games list, then... Oh, you do! There we are then. So that's the connection. We both have it on our list. They just didn't check far enough. Their bot check didn't go far enough to go, oh, wait, what's this? Kept saying, my default answer to can I ask you a question is, it depends on the question. I mean, I'm more of the opinion of shut up and just ask the question. Don't ask for permission to ask a question. Don't ask to ask. If you're in a situation where you are able to ask a question, ask the question. I reserve the right to not answer. I reserve the right to answer in a way you did not want. But you can ask the question. And that goes as far as, and this is a real question. Let me bring this up for you, because you might be staggeringly surprised at the reality of this question I'm about to bring up for you. But this was a genuine question I got sent, and it was from a genuine position. They were not trolling. They were not trying to be mean. They genuinely were asking this question. I just need to find the person who asked it. Scheiße, it was a while ago. I'll recognise the name as soon as I see them on my Discord listing here, but unless they change their name, that would be horrible. Yo! I'm looking at something else at the moment, but I will have a look as to who that was in just a moment. Thank you, whoever just hit that subscribe button. I will be right with you, I promise. Oh, that's a... Okay, it's definitely not there. Okay, do I have to go really far down? How far... Okay, I'm not going that far back. They must have changed their name. This is annoying. No, it wasn't that one. That person needed to be banned. That one was someone who randomly added me, and then they never said anything, so I closed it. Nope, that was someone I met friendly, which means it's before that. Where has it gone? Discord isn't getting rid of older conversations, is it? Is it? Is Discord just getting rid of older conversations now? Yes, that... Yeah, these only go back to 2023. Where's the older ones gone? Oh. Yours go back to 2020? What? Okay, what if I search a word that has only been put into one of those chats? Nope, it's not searching the chats. Shit. This is really annoying me because there was a really curious one. No. No, these are all recent chats, and this was not a recent person. This was one that threw me for an absolute loop. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't recent. Nope, that was someone I unintentionally met twice in 2 different locations across 2 different years. That's my brother. That's creator. That's creator. And certainly before that, it's gone. Total message limit? Oh, that'd be annoying if so, because considering the number of messages I get, I'm not exactly unpopular. No, that's a patron, creator, squaddies, Sir Nubalot, ban, creator, warning, squaddy, viewer in general. Widow, Squaddy, Creator, Viewer. It's gone. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. I would have read you the exact wording. Instead, I'm just going to have to quote you it. So, this is one of the more unusual questions I've got. It is one of the questions I did not expect to receive, and it was even more flummoxing that it was a question, as I said earlier, from a genuine position. They weren't asking this to be a troll, they weren't asking it to be rude, they weren't asking it to be inflammatory, they were asking because they believed it was right to ask. So couched in those terms, I want you to brace yourself for the awareness and knowledge that all of that could be true when someone goes, "Hi, I really like your content and I love everything you do, but can you remove the LGBT stuff? I'm sick of seeing it," they said. I just don't think it belongs on channels. And I don't want to stop watching you, but, you know. Do you understand me? Woo! I just happened to be my most patient ever that day. I happened to be my absolute most patient ever. Because, I approached their question from one of a genuine position as well. Sternly, but from a genuine position, to explain why it is there. And they went on to explain plenty about their culture, about where they grew up, about how they feel, about what they consider with regards to family life. I'm skirted a line of not making this a politics channel, let alone calling out any of the cultural details involved, so no guessing. Don't cross any lines, chat. But yeah, they explained a lot about basically their entire cultural existence and awareness, and had a number of questions to follow on from that to tie into what it was that I was actually putting on my channel. This was someone coming from a place of trying to genuinely understand an entirely alien culture to them. Seriously. Completely alien, to the point that, as you would expect, they therefore did not understand a significant portion of it. Got a significant portion of it completely wrong. To the point of feeling like it, if he was right about what it represents, if he was right about what the rainbow flag represents and what the term LGBT represents, if what he had been told was true, then yeah, absolutely, I would not have it on this channel. If that was all true. No. And it is, if nothing, a cautionary tale for anyone else who thinks they understand other people's cultures and viewpoints if you have not immersed yourself and truly experienced that culture. Because even things that feel like they should be plainly obvious aren't. If you simply aren't raised with it. But that is by far one of the most wild questions. A whole bunch, Snake Raider, which if I get into would be at risk of contravening Twitch TOS. Seriously. How good do I think Dante is in Warframe? Honestly, an extremely powerful and strong Warframe. Yeah. Extremely strong and powerful Warframe. In saying kudos on him to learn language, but not have a liquor culture seep through. Much is vital, travel people. Again, I will not, for their sake, comment on what culture, what region, any of that lot. Because let's face it, as much as I trust a number of you, this is the internet I'm speaking into right now. You don't do that. But suffice to say, there were, I dare to misuse the word valid reasons, but understandable reasons. Yeah. Right, so yeah, that was quite sidestep on that. So let's see. For these temporary hit points, I want it to give out not too many temporary hit points then. Excuse me, sorry. Not too many temporary hit points given the secondary effect on it then. This is cast as an action, one has to bear in mind. And because it is an action spell, cannot therefore do a bonus action spell, and therefore will have no bonus action at all. With the utterances, can use the Dark Utterance targeting one creature 3 times over. Dark Word is 16 damage, so that's 48 damage per round in that legendary action. That's a lot of damage, actually. I might come to regret that. In fact, before I think about the final verse, how much damage per round have I created here? That might be problematic. That's going to be problematic, isn't it? Oh dear, what have I done? Okay, on a turn, they could cast Dark Verse, Dark Word. Actually, worse, they could cast Dark Verse, Cutting Word, and then 3 Dark Utterances on legendary actions. Which means in a round there, now this would be about the most powerful round they could get, but in that round, Dark Verse would target at least 2 creatures, so that is going to be average 42. We don't count saving throws into calculating averages, it's separately considered. Then there's the Cutting Word, hitting up to 4 creatures. Let's assume it hits all 4. 9 damage a time, but the Dark... yeah, not enhanced by Dark Verse, because that's not the other thing. So, that'll be 9 times 4, that's 36. And then we'll have 3 lots of 16, that's 48. That is in around 126 damage. That's a bit. That is a bit of damage. Okay. What I could do instead of increasing the damage on Dark Word is to increase the radius on it. Therefore, a Dark Utterance would deal less damage. 50% less, I can bring that down. So I could make it where that is an 11. So this will be 33. Which means the round would be down to 111. That's more manageable. That's more manageable. Now, Challenge 19 is supposed to have, on average... what is that? 95 DPR if you're average in your defensives as well. Dante Prime is below average defenses and therefore it's going to have a higher DPR. Not much higher, but that could go up to 105. I mean, 126 versus 105 isn't that bad, but that's again without Final Verse being used. Void Culture, Baxter Hydrate. Cheers. So, let's reconsider. If I bring that down, and then we also weave Final Verse in. So, turn 1. We go Dark Verse. That comes out with a 42 damage. Cutting Word. That is going to be the 36 damage. 3 Dark Utterances, each at 2d10, will be 33 damage. That brings us to a total of 111. Next turn, if this activates then the dark version of Final Verse, which is Page Flight, in my setup, that's now going to be 3 lots of 7 damage, but it's without save or attack, so it's technically double damage, just because of how the math works out. So that's 42 damage there. As its action. So that's plus 42. Bonus action cannot be cast because we've done an action spell. And then we get 3 more Dark Utterances. For another 33. We're at 186. Then, we already have Pace Flight active. So, because we've gone Dark Verse, Dark Verse, Dark Verse, we can't actually use a different one. I could change that. So instead, take off 11 of the damage done to switch us to a light verse for Word Warden. Yeah, let's switch to that. So now we can cast Word Warden as the action, giving Dante and an ally Word Warden. That's our action, so we can't use a bonus action spell, so that rules that out. Again, that's fine. After that, legendary actions do not activate Word Warden because it's on its turn. So it'd only be our ally who gets the benefit of casting, and it says cutting word 2 pages at the same damage target. There'll be 18 from our ally and 33 from ourselves. Actually, that balances out. Balances out to the point of almost being too little. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. This is good. If I try to hyper-focus the damage, I actually run out of damage to hyper-focus. And if I hyper-focus without using the final verse, then it shows that the balance of final verse is sufficient because it can't give us too much damage. Theoretically. That might actually work. Which means I can then, when looking at Triumph, base it on the damage we're not doing on a turn that we could have done if we didn't use Triumph. So looking at Triumph, that means we assume that the light power is already stacked up because light word is an action, so we can't cast Triumph and light word at the same time. Light verse is a spell as a bonus action, which means we can't cast the final verse. So it'd have to be pre-powered up to light verse to get Triumph. So we've got light and light, and then we activate the Triumph. If you're casting 2 lots of light utterance as a legendary action, that's even going to be wasted unless he takes damage. So that's even better. This is balanced. Okay. So on that basis then, one could theoretically instead cast Noctua and, say, Cutting Word. Noctua would put out, let's see here, 5d6, 2 targets, so 10d6, that is 35 damage, plus the enhancement of 2 each, yep. 2 per hit. So 35, and then the 4 hits from Cutting Word goes 35 plus 36 plus 8. 35 plus 36 plus 8 is already 79. Then the Dark Utterances, which we're downgrading, so that would be 11 plus 2, 13 times 3. It's up to 118. And that's as high as it gets. This has actually worked out. Okay, that's really good. I've just rattled off a bunch of numbers at you guys, and I feel like maybe 3 people followed along, so congratulations if you feel like you're one of those 3. Well done. But this means that for the temporary hit points I can put out can actually be pretty substantial. I don't want to go overboard with it, but I could do a lot. So, with that in mind, let's have a look at some existing healing spells in the official book, just as a reference guide. Let's have a look at the spells available. I'm going to go 7th level. This is feeding on that tier. So, Cleric, 7th. Symbol, Resurrection, Regenerate, Plane Shift, Firestorm, Etherealness, Divine Word, Conjure Celestial. None of that sounds like what I'm looking for. Above it, at level 8 is Anti-Magic, Control, Weather, Earthquake, Holy Aura. Okay. None of that really begins to anchor this for me. Regeneration, good healing spell? Alright, let's have a look at that then. It sounds like the one I'm going to need to look at. So regenerate, is it? Regenerate? Yeah, regenerate. Regenerate says, you touch a creature and simulate its natural healing ability. The target regains 48 plus 15 hit points. For the duration of the spell, the target regains 1 hit point at the start of each of its turns, 10 hit points a minute. Lasts for an hour. Target severed body members, so fingers, legs, tails, and so on, if any, are restored after 2 minutes. If you have the severed part and hold it to a stump, the spell instantaneously causes the limb to knit to the stump. Okay, pretty cool. It's very drawn out. Aside from the instant heal of 48, that's 18 to 33 hit points, and then 1 per turn. Okay. And it turns out with 10 hit points a minute, lasts an hour at 60 hit points extra, so total 93 average heal, plus ancillary effects. Kempo saying, 6th level spell, heal does 70, increased by 10 per level above. Interesting to know as well. Let me have a look at the full details on heal. I'm feeling like Final Verse should be a 7th level spell. A surge of positive energy washes through the creature. So just one creature, 70 hit point healing. Oh god damn. And ends blindness, deafness, any diseases affecting the target. Right. Okay. Interesting. Right. In which case, I can have a pool of... Because of the Rider effect of combining temporary hit points as well, which is a powerful one, and all of those condition immunities, I'm going to say 60. 60 temporary hit points. Because it can be so carefully spread around, and has a 200-foot range, don't forget. So for a 7th level... rather than the 6th. Reduced value, it's temporary, not real hit points, but has a huge amount of condition riders as well. I think 70 is probably a good shout. Because this is also an action and also requires a couple other spells, specifically light spells, to have been cast before. Yeah. Also, did I actually say thank you to Hamashakita? I don't think I did. Hamashakita, I must sincerely apologise. I think I got distracted. Hamashakita, thank you very much for subscribing with your Prime and welcome into the channel proper. I hope you are still here to hear these words. I much appreciate it. I think I got distracted in the middle of doing other bits off headphones at the time, didn't I? My bad. You can tell it's nearly midnight here. Right. 60 temporary hit points. That feels correct to me. And if it's wrong, well, it's a prime. It's supposed to be wrong. Hammer is fine and simpler, then hammer it is. I will try and remember that. Okay, so look at the final readings of this spell. Dante concludes the incantations woven between its many spells. The built-up energies from such concentrated void influence produce an effect dependent on the disposition. Okay, that is too wordy. I tried being interesting, but that is well too bloody wordy. The resultant, let's go resultant energies are dependent on the disposition of the previous words or verses cast before it. That's better. Right, let's try from again. Let's start again. Dante concludes the incantations woven between its many spells. The resultant energies are dependent on the disposition of the previous words or verses cast before it. This only takes into account casts of light word, light verse, dark word, and dark verse, including legendary actions. Just because they're named differently, I'm going to specify that. There we are. Also, oh my word, Umbrella has hit VIP. Congratulations on that, Umbrella. Make sure I spell it correctly. There is an underscore at the end. UMBRELLIE. Umbrella VIP. There it is. Bam. That should be showing up on your Available icons now? Yep, there it is. Beautiful. Congratulations, Umbrelli. And hopefully 150,000 spanners very well spent. On the D&D stream, no less. It's almost poetic. Indeed, yeah. Hello from Roland. Sorry if you get asked this a lot, but I've seen you play D&D a lot. So have you played or have you thought about playing Baldur's Gate 3? I have thought about it. I have still not found the time to get around to it. I don't intend to at this time stream it, as the very nature of the game, it's one that I want to enjoy on my own time. But whilst I have the other projects going on that I do, I simply don't have the time. Or I'm not giving the time to play it, no. But yeah, I am aware of it and have considered it. I just need to find the right time. Oh, you're back, are you? My cat's back. Exactly, brother, yeah. I want to be able to give the time investment, and whilst this project still exists, I can't justify that time. I just can't. Okay, now re-looking at this, we summon the book, we summon the page flight. Triumph isn't really a summon, but I think Conjuration fits. So I'm happy to stick with that. So then, final verse. Cast as a 7th level spell. Now this might seem weird that our Dante doesn't have 8th or 9th level spells. Conjuration is most healing? Oh, there we are then. I thought a lot of healing was evocation. Well, let's heal. Evocation. Bruh. It's fine. It's fine. Alright then, so, yeah. I'm fine with Dante not having 8th or 9th level spells. I'm honestly fine with that. I know it seems weird, but getting 3 7th level spells works. Consider it using the 8th and 9th level slots for the final verse. There's no upgrade, no upcast to it. It doesn't need it. It works enough that he can do all this other stuff here. Kept on saying that the temporary hit points here seem small compared to stuff like Polymorph. Polymorph also changes what you have access to. It makes you something different. And you've got to remember, this isn't just temporary hit points. It is also granting, if I read here, immunity and clearance of the charmed, enervated, frightened, grappled, incapacitated, except when unconscious, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned, prone, restrained, slowed, and stunned conditions. Which is a lot of conditions. When coated in Triumph, nothing can grab you. Literally, the grappled condition is rejected. On top of all the rest. That is a powerful amount of status clearances right there. In addition to the temporary hit points. In addition to the fact that if they gain temporary hit points whilst under the Triumph effect, those temporary hit points add to their existing temporary hit points. Which is also a powerful effect, and is on the Warframe, which as a legendary action can give itself temporary hit points, and as an action cantrip give itself and its allies temporary hit points. So I dare say, if you're looking at just the 60 temporary pool, you're missing the rest of the spell for the number. And that's how you get balance issues. Which is exactly why I actually need to bring Dark Word down. So it's still only going to be a 2d10, instead going to increase the range to a 45 foot cube. Because if you're using that action, you want value out of it. So that should do the trick. Light Word, the cantrip with the hit points, needs to stay short because of the power of it. But that is all. Okay, Ruvox would be, at this point, a 9 to hit. The damage would be not 1d8 plus 2, but 1d8 plus 3, bringing this up to a 7. The Ruvox, however, is not doing a lot, so evolved Ruvox Gauntlets. Let's see what I can get out of that. What can Ruvox give us? Ruvox on the wiki. Normal attack is 170. Incarnate form is still 170. Crits don't change. Fire rate gets lower. Alright. I haven't actually touched the Ruvox yet. What the hell does it do? Heavy slams in incarnate form causes spikes to rise from the ground to impale enemies. Does it impale as in hold them there? Range increases by 3 meters. Attack speed reduces by 35%. Okay, that's odd. That is very odd. That is very, 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 very odd. I feel like I'm missing details about this. Okay. Evolution. Just sing. It can gain extra range, extra attack speed on kill, extra movement speed, a combo multiplier, and full evolution. For each enemy hit by slam radius, getting a combo. Slam radius increase, initial combo. Oh, sorry, then the Evo 4. Swift transmute, mid-air jumps, combo count chance on finishes. What are these? Oh, there's an Evo 5. Oh, damn. Didn't think the Ruvox would go that far. Heavy attack efficiency. Vulnerability serum. Impaled enemies are more vulnerable to stage gens. Is it just... So, yeah, it does actually... Does it hold them in place? I need to have a look at the Ruvox to properly understand this. That's annoying. But it doesn't have anything special that I can use here properly. I suppose I could... I don't want Dante grappling anything. I don't want Dante restraining anything in melee range. That doesn't sound useful at all to this. I don't know why I had high hopes for its bloody weapon, but... I could turn it into an AoE with its slams, but that just feels weird. I'm going to give it reach. That's what I'm going to do. It gets the extra range in the evolution, so I'm just going to give it reach. And call it a day, quite frankly. It's his bloody gauntlets. They're not supposed to do anything much. We'll just give it reach. That's thematic. Can't you tell how inspired I am by that weapon's description? Okay, right. What have I missed? We got armor class, hit point, speed, all is updated. I can see that there. All of the stats are in the right place for the core stats. Saving throws, he's got 3 of them. Skills, he's got his 3, 2 of expertise, that's the right count. He's got resistances, slashing and radiant. He's got his prone and restrained condition immunity. He's got his passive perception, that is incorrect, it should be a 13. I did find something. Does he need a weapon other than a tome? He does not, no. So it's kind of there as a utility feature. Oh, Sill's at it. You've got to done it. Ablative, you set off a Sill rant. Here we go. There's a reason he and I are friends. We are both very good at ranting. Certainly about nerdy topics. Bullet Jump is correct. Aurican Resolve is correct. Unbound Power. I wanted to add a detail to all that, yes. Dante spells, once successful, are immune to being dispelled until... unless Dante dies. Let's add that little note in. There we go. Okay, just a little detail. A little detail. Dante's void powers ability intelligence, DC 21, that is correct, I believe. 7 plus 6 is 13, plus 8, 21, correct. Cutting word, cantrip, looks it all good. Light Word cantrip, protective ward, looks all good. Dark Ward cantrip, Dante sweeps the air, blah 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 blah. Good. Final verse. Dante casts Final Verse as a 7th level spell. In order to cast Final Verse, since its previous cast of this spell, it must have then cast at least 2 spells, or 1 twice, from Light Word, Dark Word, Light Verse, Dark Verse. Good. Evolved Revox Gauntlets, who cares? Bonus actions, Noctua, 2 per short rest, boom. Light Verse, 1 per short rest, boom. Dark Verse, 1 per short rest, boom. I think that should be sufficient. He doesn't need lots of light and dark verses. We've got the light and dark word cantrips for the weaker variants of the same kind of features, which allows him to keep the cycle without being overpowerful. So I'm satisfied with that. For now. Legendary actions. Cast Light Word affecting only himself. Cast Dark Word targeting only one creature. Narrows the scope. I could make Light Utterance targets only one creature rather than only affecting himself. That would improve the power of it and therefore make it a little bit less wasted to double cast it. What are we thinking, chat? Do I give Dante Prime legendary action Light Utterance? Currently it only affects himself. Do I change that to only target one creature? Whereas normally the cantrip would target him and all allies in range. Do I give him that flexibility to target someone other than himself? Basically, similar to Dark Utterance, hitting only one creature. I think this would be the right thing. Yeah. Dante Kessler, word affecting only one creature. In range. There we go. That'll be fine. Okay. Here's still with the page. Necromancy spells manipulate the energies of life and death. Such spells can grant an extra reserve of life force, drain the life energy of another creature, create the undead, or even bring the dead back to life, even though it specifically references giving life energy. I mean, I agree fully, yeah. Kept asking, can I find this somewhere when it's done? When it's done is the operative question there, mate. When it's done. You will absolutely find it somewhere when it's done, but only when the whole document is done. That's the idea. If I release this in any unfinished state, someone on Reddit is going to sprint ahead and in 10 God knows what caffeine drink overloaded boozed up hours punt out something that shits all over it. That's maybe a bit more snide than I need to be, but I've seen kind of that thing happen before now, so I will release it when it's done. And it will be glorious. You can be sure of that. I didn't spend 300 hours on it for nothing. Okay. I think this might be Dante. Yep. Third level evocation, 4th level void abjuration, 5th level void evocation, 7th level void conjuration. Got our actions, our ranges, our components. Yep. That is that's good. Still, you're really going off on one, aren't you, mate? I mean, it's like 2 paragraphs. It's not that much, but still. Anyone with half a reasonable mind agrees with you. Let's put it that way. Where would you level Archwing and their weapons in Pug scenario? So not making pre-mades. You want to head over to... In Pugs... You're going to want to get people together. I'll be completely honest with you. You're going to want to get people together because shared affinity just makes things faster. More enemy spawning makes things faster. And Archwing is painful enough as it is. outside of that, if you are really stuck to just plug situations, as you put it, public groups, for Archwings themselves, you could try using it in a bounty in normal open worlds. I think they count at that point. And likewise, you can put your heavy guns either as a atmospheric heavy gun, bring it down on your Warframe, or put it on your Necromech and level it that way. For Arc Melee, the only way to level them is in Archwing missions. Railjack ones are terrible for the XP they give, so Archwing missions, specifically I'd say the mobile defense one. I think it's on Jupiter, but double check. There's a mobile defense one. It might be on Uranus or Neptune now I think about it. I cannot remember. It's Corpus. There's a Corpus mobile defense Archwing mission. It spawns a lot of enemies. It spawns Xmas towards the end as well. There are a lot of affinity. That's about the best. But get a group together. It'll just go better. The other tip on that is equip Garuda. Garuda's passive applies, so as you get kills, you'll get more damage. It's just a thing. So absolutely do that. Alright, chat. I think this is as complete as we're going to make it today. I don't think there's any more spelling errors, typos, missed details, or other bits and pieces all throughout. No, I did miss one detail. I needed to rename this to Evolved Ruvox Gauntlets. Okay, now it's done. Dante! It is done. Alright. Neptune's Mobile Defense Archwing mission. There you are then. Boom, do it. Leveled it right now with the double XP weekend? Yes. Warframes of 5 monsters. Sheesh. What will be the challenge rating? I'm just going to scroll to the top and read this out. Not all Warframes are created equal, even with given design. There are weaker and stronger variants. Detailed in this compendium are at least 4 known variants of each Warframe. Initiates, Adepts, Masters, and Primes. Just to skip ahead on the Initiate and Prime details, an Initiate Warframe is a threat to a town or village, one which can challenge a group of even modestly trained people. However, all but the most inexperienced adventuring parties should be able to take down an individual Initiate without incurring losses. Whereas a Prime Warframe is the absolute pinnacle of achievement of their creators. Adaptable, powerful, unyielding. Their powers may include tearing open whole rifts in dimensions, calling down a swarm of meteors, or opening up a portal to the sun. I've got them split up, and that means that it's Challenge 4 for Initiates, Challenge 9 for Adepts, Challenge 14 for Masters, Challenge 19 for Primes. If you can fight God and not instantly die, then you're allowed to face a Prime. Otherwise, doing so might be a mistake. And that is exactly why there are Masters, Adepts, and Initiates, downscaled below lore accurate to make it better fit. And this document so far now contains Dante, because on the older documents it has all the same details for all the other Warframes, it's just on the older renderer, so the pages look a little bit nightmarish in comparison. I mean, this is a very big Prime stat block, but I would not have been able to have made this stat block on the old system when you consider that the spells I've created are this long. Literally couldn't have done Dante the old way. Alright. Okay, it's a Saturday stream now. It is, isn't it? Oh, it's the 30th of March here in the UK now. This has been a 5-hour stream, and I think it was absolutely necessary, worth it, and making the full benefit of all the options available to us. Chat, it's been an absolute pleasure. I'm going to be live again, technically tomorrow, but you know the reality is actually in 43 hours' time. Slightly under, actually. So I will see you in about 43 hours. If you are around then, have yourselves a wonderful weekend. If you are indeed part of Duck Squad or Wolf Squad, I'll be speaking to you sooner, obviously. But in the meantime, this is Dante, fully completed, and it's been a wonderful one. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. Sunday stream? Yes.